And there it is. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. Gather, come and join. One man went to mow. There it is. Here it is. Here I am. Where are you? The session has commenced and your company required. It is that thing we do round about this time. We're doing it just about this time. So where are you around this time? Come be around so that I don't labor that metaphor too much. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́bí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is. You know the potency of it already. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe ìgbàlà tẹ̀lé. Hey. Our death has nothing to do with us as I sweat for no reasons in the middle of winter. You are sweating in the middle of winter. That tells you then that is a man recovering from flu. So Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, as guys, I bring you this. 2023, I can never return to your party. Obasanjo tells PDP. So just the treachery and the betrayal and the stab in the back, the making of this element now, his rebirth into the Nigerian space, because he was a spent force and a dead man walking in 1998, but the revitalization and the rejuvenation and the relevance that this guy enjoys, all wrapped up within that party that he now turns his back against. So treachery, as again, 2023, I can never return to your party, Obasanjo tells PDP leaders. So that famous stab in the back, which is the currency of the Nigerian political space. Another currency in the Nigerian political space, how Tinubu caused my problem with Obasanjo, ORJI, Kalu. So the Nigerian political landscape is essentially a narrative of old battles and old scars. So old battles and old scars, and that exemplified in this next headline now. How Tinubu caused my problem with Obasanjo. ORJI Kalu speaks to truth as he knows it. To this, race to dethrone Tinubu, APC, race to dethrone Tinubu, APC, race 2023, race to dethrone Tinubu, APC hits up as Ayu Saraki, 5 PDP governors storm Lagos. So that might as well be two stories wrapped into one, or how does that headline interlinks, because it speaks to two different paradigms. So curious to find out, and we'll find out shortly. But again, that headline, 2023, Race to dethrone Tinubu, APC hits up as Ayu Saraki, 5 PDP governors storm Lagos. So quite what that means we find out shortly. Nigerians' frustration with Buhari regime could spark crisis. It is not PDP alarming to the space. It is not me lambasting the Malami. It is the World Bank making that headline. But then a little late to that space because the crisis is already sparked, but is it ignited fully is the question. So the frustration is pent up within the Nigerian space. There's no equivocation on that. But what spark now leads it now to ignite is really the $1 million question. That question being asked by the World Bank, Nigerians' frustration with Buhari regime could spark crisis, a headline attributed to the World Bank. So there it is right there. So this now a throwback in history. My relationship with late dictator Sani Abacha, ex-head of state Abdul Salami. So a little bit of a history note on that, and we may or may not land now on this last headline. Police uncover IPOB/ESN terror camp in Imo, recover IEDs, arms, and ammunitions. So it's essentially a photo narrative. It's just the picture that tells most of the tale, but there is a caption that goes with it. So we may or may not land on that headline. But however we do land, we have to come in now via what is tradition. We come in via the eastern quarters and we make that pit stop with the Python dance.
Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nandi bo onye do I mom. O Mary wone nizu ngiro ya abakare. Mamanda ora, unapuri meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3.
And there you have it. Ugly rumor. Nandi wins the war. So that is the rumor still being spread in the eastern quarters. So Nandi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. 2023, I can never return to your party. Obasanjo tells PDP leaders. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo on Saturday declared that there was no going back on his decision to leave the People's Democratic Party and partisan politics. Obasanjo, who was twice elected president of Nigeria on PDP platform, renounced his membership of the party when he fell out with ex-president Goodluck Jonathan in the build-up to the 2015 election. After ordering the chairman of his ward to tear his membership card to pieces in public, Obasanjo announced he had quit partisan politics. Obasanjo, whilst addressing the national chairman of the PDP, Iyorchia Ayu, and other stakeholders who visited him in Abeokuta, Ogun State on Saturday, said he had no intention to return to partisan politics or the PDP. Ayu led 4 former governors and members of the party's National Working Committee to a meeting at the penthouse residence of the former president, located within his Olusegun Obasanjo Presidential Library, Oke Mosa, Abeokuta at about 12:25 p.m. In the team were PDP vice presidential candidate in the 2019 election Peter Obi, former governors Sule Lamido Jigawa, Olusegun Mimiko Ondo, Liel Amiko Cross River, and Donald Duke Cross River. Obasanjo and the PDP leaders went into a meeting which lasted over 2 hours. Addressing the larger gathering of the PDP stakeholders after the meeting, Obasanjo admitted that having governed the country twice on the PDP platform, the party would continue to be part of its history. He said, I am no longer in partisan politics, and there is nothing that can bring me back. Anybody who wants my advice, I will always be there in the best interest of Nigeria. Whatever I do in my own life, because I became president on the platform of the PDP, PDP will continue to be part of my life. Since the day I tore my PDP card, that was the day I ceased to be a member of the PDP. That day I vowed not to be a member of any political party. I will continue to be a statesman. Obasanjo told Ayu that he has the problem of PDP and Nigeria on his shoulders and pray that God gives him the wisdom to carry it. Responding, Ayu told Obasanjo that if you leave the PDP, the blood of PDP will never leave you. He said the party would always require his advice regarding governance in Nigeria. So there you have it now, the public denouncement of PDP. He stands still on that stool as he continues to beat his chest, saying he's no longer in partisan politics. But Obasanjo has been nothing but partisan politics for the last 6-10 years because he speaks to the governance as it is and he tries to move the political space to his will. So it's very much a political gladiator, even though he claims not to be partisan. But his opposition to Goodluck Jonathan was certainly partisan, and his opposition to Buhari equally partisan. Still within the Obasanjo storyline, but we infuse Tinubu and ORJI Kalu now. How Tinubu caused my problem with Obasanjo, ORJI Kalu. As discussions rage over the proclamation of the national leader of the All Progressive Congress APC Bola Tinubu to vie for the presidency in 2023, a potential rival for the post, Senator Orji Uzor Kalu, has clarified his friendship with the former governor cannot be severed over politicking. Kalu, the Senate's chief whip, made this disclosure on Friday during an interview on Silverbird TV, whilst detailing how his friendship with Tinubu had endured despite opposition from a former president, Olusegun Obasanjo. The former Abia State governor said, so we are like a family and politics cannot separate us. In 2003, when Tinubu was seeking re-election and I saw that he was lagging behind, I assisted him, and it is part of what caused my problem with former President Obasanjo. So we are a family and we cannot quarrel because of politics. He might have his idea on how to do it, and I might have my own idea on how to do it. But all I know is that if we meet at Eagle Square, I will give a very good account of myself. The APC has been dealing with a glut of critical politicians who have declared their interest in the presidency, with further reports that the Vice President Yemi Osinbajo is also interested in being the nation's next president after the expiration of Buhari's tenure. However, it remains to be seen whether the Vice President will square against Tinubu, whom many referred to as his political godfather. So there you have it. ORJI Kalu now speaking to is that double talk of politics, isn't it? He wants to shaft this guy here behind, But they say damning with faint praise. If you've ever heard the phrase damning with faint praise, that is what it means right there. You are my friend, come give me a hug, and as you come in for the hug, he stabs you in the back. So, Kalu, ORJI, knives sheathed. So, knives still sheathed, uh, rather unsheathed. So his knife is not sheathed, but it is unsheathed. So the knives remain unsheathed as we carry on. 2023, race to dethrone Tinubu, APC hits up as Ayu Saraki 5 governors storm Lagos. The race for elective positions ahead of the 2023 election has commenced in earnest as the two major parties, the ruling All Progressive Congress APC and the opposition People's Democratic Party PDP, are strategizing on how to emerge victorious. On the part of the PDP, a major coup was claimed in Lagos State with the defection of a critical faction APC group, Lagos for Lagos, led by Dr. Olajide Adediran, popularly called Jandor. The Lagos for Lagos group has been in the forefront of groups in the state, which has been fighting to unseat the APC stronghold on the state, which is believed to be firmly controlled by a former governor, Ahmed Tinubu. The reception of Jandor into the PDP held on Friday at Tafawa Balewa Square in Lagos State and was graced by a handful of PDP governors and other critical stakeholders, including the national chairman, Ayu, former Senate President Bukola Saraki, and former PDP Deputy National Chairman, Olabode George. The governors who were present to receive Jandor and his supporters into the PDP fold were Seyi Makinde, Oyo State, Dr. Ikpeazu, Abia State, Udam Emmanuel, Akwa Ibom, and Dr. Ifeanyi, Enugu, and Yemsin Wike, Rivers. In his address, Ayu urged Nigerians not to give in to the slavery witnessed in Lagos State after years of governance by the PDP, whilst mocking the change mantra of President Muhammad Buhari. Are you enjoying the change? How much is a bag of rice? They deceived Nigerians. We declare no more slavery in Lagos State. By this time next year, we will celebrate a PDP governor in Lagos State, he said. Governor Makinde expressed his pleasure at welcoming the APC Lagos for Lagos movement into the fold as they aimed to reclaim Lagos for the people of Lagos State. Today, we held a Lagos PDP unity rally. We also officially welcomed the Lagos for Lagos movement, led by Dr. Abdul Aziz Olajide Adediran Jandor from the APC to our great party, the PDP. Working together, we will reclaim Lagos for the people of Lagos State, he noted. Ikpeazu, on his part, pointed out the critical role to be played by Jandor as the bridge between the young and old in Lagos politics, and it should be given full support by all so that there can be unity. He said, on behalf of my brother governors, I officially joined the Lagos PDP family to welcome new strategic members of our party. You are very important and strategic. PDP is the only democratic party in Nigeria, he said. Ikpeazu urged members of the PDP family in the state to give Adediran maximum support and cooperation for the defector to contribute his quota to the growth of the party. Jandor is the bridge between the young and the old in Lagos politics, and it should be given full support by all so that there can be unity. In his speech, Jandor pledged to work towards ensuring that the PDP take over Lagos during the 2023 elections. We have declared for the PDP. We are going to win for the party. We are here, PDP, to add value. We are here to be part of the big family, and together we will take over Lagos, Jandor said. So is this Jandor then going to be their candidate for the PDP, for the Lagos state seat? Is the question. And which big name do they even have in Lagos for that seat? Is the other question. Because Sanwo-Olu now is still strong, but is a walking wounded because it is not fully and cannot really fully recover from the NSAS narrative. But does the PDP have sufficient enough potency to put the final death nail in the APC coffin in Lagos State? Because as it is now, APC in Lagos State walking wounded. Nigerians' frustrations with Buhari regime could spark crisis. World Bank. Pardon me. The World Bank has warned that the incompetence of President Mohamed Buhari's regime in addressing worsening insecurity and harsh economic situation may fuel national unrest and impede the growth of Africa's most populous nation. World Bank, in its flagship report for 2022, titled Global Economic Prospect, also cited mounting insecurity in Afghanistan, expressing concern that it could further spread to Nigeria due to citizens' dissatisfaction with the regime. Deteriorating security conditions in Afghanistan, for instance, could generate instability in nearby countries, whilst conflict and violence in several countries in sub-Saharan Africa, for example, Ethiopia, Mali, Nigeria, and Sudan, could escalate, the institution said. The World Bank report also implied that the current frustration with the Buhari regime has begun to have an adverse effect on the economy due to heightened insecurity ranging from kidnapping for ransom, armed robbery, and banditry. These challenges, the organization said, further escalate food insecurity, hinder the country's growth, as well as affect job creation. In South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa, the effect of food insecurity on the ability of people to work at full capacity are a downside risk to growth in the near term and an acute challenge for households, the World Bank said. Also, the financial institution had noted that Nigeria's economy under Mohamed Buhari's administration is worse than 10 years ago. The pandemic, I think we may well have covered this narrative. Okay, let's just start present with it. The pandemic has reversed at least a decade of gains in per capita income in some countries, in almost a third of the region's economies, including Angola, Nigeria, and South Africa. Per capita income are forecast to be lower in 2022 than a decade ago, the report said. In its 6 monthly update on development in Nigeria in mid 2021, the organization has stated that Nigeria lagged the rest of sub Saharan Africa due to insecurity and food inflation. The challenges, the World Bank said, were responsible for increased poverty rates and slowing growth. So it's just depression all the way through for the Nigerian narrative. My relationship with late dictator Sani Abacha, ex-head of state, Abdul Salami, a former head of state, General Abdul Salami Abubakar retired, has said that he narrowly escaped attempts to retire him from the Nigerian army on many occasions before he eventually became head of state in 1998. Speaking in an interview with Daily Trust TV, the former head of state said despite his relationship with late head of state General Sani Abacha, some members of Abacha's inner caucus wanted him retired from the army. He said, like I said, right from the day Abacha became head of state, there were people who were very uncomfortable with some of us and wanted us weeded out, but as luck will have it, he stuck to his guns, refused to retire me and some others who went along with him. I know there was a lot of pressure, for example, for him to retire people like late General Haladu, late General Duba, and General Husseini, me inclusive, and some other people. But fortunately for us, we escaped the scheme. So I think our relationship with General Abacha went back to our school days, and it continued when we found ourselves in the military. And by coincidence, during the Civil War, we found ourselves fighting in the same brigade. I think he was commanding 95 Battalion then, and I was commanding 84th Battalion under 9 Brigade, commanded by late General Shehu Yadua. So we were operating in the same theater during the war. Actually, this bonded our relationship more and more. General Abubakar, who is credited with the execution of the shortest transition to a civilian administration in Nigeria, also spoke on wide ranging issues, including the drama that preceded his emergence as head of state, the death of Abacha and Abiola, and how he chose not to join politics after retirement. So there you have it, just a little throwback in history. That one. So we land on this one, and then we'll see if there's anyone in the room to take it on. Police uncover IPOB ESN terror camp in Imo, recover IEDs, arms, and ammunition. So let's now see what's been said here. The police in Imo State have uncovered a camp run by the proscribed IPOB/ESN terror group in the state. A statement released by CSP Michael Abatam, the state police public relations officer, said the militia wing made a forest in Onitsha in Hite Mbese local government of Imo State, their operational base where they go out to perpetrate heinous crimes, which include terrorism, kidnapping, armed robbery, and killings of innocent citizens. Abatam said, based on a piece of information, the Imo Command's tactical teams haven't carried out diligent surveillance of the criminals' hideout on January the 18th, stormed the deadly terror camp. The hoodlums, on sighting the police operatives, opened fire on them. The gallant and battle-ready police operatives swiftly returned the fire. In the fierce gun battle, one of the hoodlums was neutralized, whilst others scampered into the adjoining bushes, fatally injured with gunshot injuries. On combing the bush and searching the terror camp, the following exhibits were recovered. Uh, one AK-47 rifle with 40 rounds of live ammunition, 10 locally fabricated explosive devices, one police hand grenade, two Toyota Highlander SUV Jeep without registration number, one Lexus, another Lexus, two Biafran flags, different assorted charms, assorted dresses suspected to belong to kidnapped/robbed victims. The command is using this medium to appeal to the good people of Imo, not to allow criminals to use their community as a safe haven to perpetrate heinous crimes. They should form vigilante groups/neighborhood watch associations to complement the efforts of the police and other security agencies, and that they should report any suspicious persons seen with bullet wounds to the nearest police station or call the command's emergency numbers, which is given out. Finally, the Commissioner of Police for Imo State, CSP Rabiu Husseini, so that tells his own story. PSC, whilst commending the officers and men for their dedication and gallantry, thanked Imolites for their unalloyed support and assured them of the commitment of the command in ensuring a crime-free Imo State. So a crime-free Imo State, the prayer then of the Igbotics. So, Charlie Boy, I see you. Professor Data O, I see you, and the mighty Baba Kure, I see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. Prof, why are you still wearing a mask indoors? What are you? What is all this
No, I'm
behavior?
at my workplace. I'm at my
You're in
work.
your work. Yeah, in your workplace. Are you mandated to? Would they let you into the building if you don't
The
wear
thing
one?
there is that yes, we're mandated, but
Okay.
in the building you can move, but it depends on whom is there with you. You understand? But
All
me,
right.
I don't know. I just forgot to remove it. So, we're starting the show. I heard you
I thought
talking
I, I
about
thought I thought that was your new fashion accessory. Is that
no,
how you
no,
are
no,
showing? Or
no.
is this
I heard
now?
you talking about the
Is that how you
so-called
are? Is that how you are catching the babes in America
no,
with face
no.
mask?
Wetin concern
What is wrong with you? Okay, prof.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I heard what you're talking about ESN and the Nigerian police.
Oh yes, they've busted yet another terror camp of
Okay,
the
let them
ESN
boss now.
IPOB.
You see, all
So
those things I see it as them
they
busting
are sweeping
lies.
it up. Huh?
I see it as busting lies. That's how I see that thing. You see, this Nigerian police, I don't have any hope in them. They just want to
Let
bust.
me post the link in the comment section because it's
Post it.
quite
It doesn't change
compelling.
the
Yeah,
lie.
yeah.
The lie remains the lie. Now, I will speak about that. Number one, yes, it could still be true, and I'll be wrong.
Well,
I still
it's almost likely the truth, but you know.
I still doubt what they're saying
Can I?
because this they can just simply cook up a somewhere in the bush and claim it on ESN. That's what I
No,
see them doing.
no,
But all
no,
the same,
no.
yeah, I will
No.
see it and say it because this life.
If you click on the link that I've just posted, then you'll see that it is true.
Okay, now
Yes. Yeah.
true or whatever truth you feel it displays, I still
Mm.
doubt the Nigerian police because number one, or charms, people using charms okay, but the aspect of ammunition, how they made the news was read, news much more praised the Nigerian, overpraised these people. That's why I'm doubting that story. I'm not saying that ESN cannot use arms. You understand that I don't. I'm not. There and them calling them a militia, calling them a terrorist group, saying they're kidnapping. Lies,
Oh,
lies.
oh,
I say
oh,
this
oh.
on January 22,
Eh?
2022.
You see, Prof, what does blind faith mean to you? Blind faith.
Blind faith is like I see it as a statement that has to do with seeing a reality of an event not occurring and you believing it will occur. Is that
Okay,
what
I
it is?
think you have blind faith. You just sorry.
Yeah, I say it because ESN is not involved in kidnapping. These people just want to find a way to hook up to present ESN as terrorists. There was a news I heard that was sometime I think late last year of this Gabashehu going around to nations to see how they can proscribe IPOP as a terrorist group. Has it reached to that extent? Him moving around to nations of the world to canvas, or will I call it, what word will I use now? Lobby to prescribe IPO. That is wrong, and this
Yeah,
is not.
I,
This doesn't you know foster unity in this nation. So it's
I
high
think I
time.
agree with. I think I
I,
agree with you,
no
Prof.
problem. You can disagree, but one thing I know:
No,
the
no,
truth
no. I said
remains.
I agree with you. I agree
Okay,
with
okay,
you.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, you see.
IPOB is not a threat to anyone. They're not
Yeah,
terrorizing
you see.
anyone. They're not criminals. And it's kind of curious that they're very um, capable of finding um, camps as they describe terror camps. I'm not sure who
Yes.
IPOB is terrorizing.
No, no,
It's
no, no,
curious that
no.
they always finding IPOB terror camps, but they can never seem to find these Fulani bandit terror
Of
camps. I mean,
course,
that's
that's the
just very
problem.
curious, and
That
and
is
and it's
it.
funny because a lot of people who seem to either sort of like for whatever reason disagree with IPOB, they don't seem to want to ask the difficult questions, you know,
why do they keep on finding IPOB terror camps, but they can't seem to find Fulani bandit terror camps? There's a notorious criminal bandit terrorizing the northeast. I think at this point northwest as well. TURNCOAT, and they can't seem to find that guy. For some reason, he's almost like a ghost. He's living within Nigeria. Everyone knows where he is in the north, but somehow the DSS and the Fulani criminal military regime can't seem to find this guy. But they're so quick to label IPOB as terrorists. Who exactly is IPOB terrorizing?
That is, you see, my brother. That
The people
is
of the
where
East.
I'm against them. See, if IPOB, apart from where I come from, if IPOB was a terrorist group, I'm going to, because I don't believe in trying to support such a situation. You support
even the international community, refuses to acknowledge that IPOB is a terrorist group. I wouldn't
look up. Have not yet is different from refuses to.
No, they have refused. They have outright refused to recognize.
Have they refused as a? They've refused. They've stated that they are refused.
I heard a statement
it's
like
very
that
easy to find. It's
before 2 weeks ago.
International terrorist organizations are not secrets. You can go online and type in recognize.
I don't know what's going on with my laptop.
You can go online and type in UN recognized terrorist groups in the world. And guess what? Fulani bandits or Fulani herdsmen are actually there. They're the fourth largest in the world, according to the UN, according to the national community. But just recently, Nigeria decided they were going to finally prescribe the terrorists as terrorists. IPOB is a political movement. It's a political organization. Sure, maybe they're a separatist group. Maybe they don't please Nigerian government, but by and large, they're not harming anyone. They're not going from state to state trying to make money by kidnapping people or impose their political will on people who are outside that particular ethnicity. So it's kind of curious that the military seems very, very competent when it comes to finding camps or terror camps in quotation marks for IPOB, but they can't seem to. I mean, at this point, it would be easier for a civilian to locate TURNCOAT and say, "Hey guys, this is where this Fulani terrorist who has been terrorizing the Northwest for how many years is." They can't seem to find that guy. What is he, a ghost? I mean, they found
the person has become invisible and invincible.
They can't seem to find the guy actually killing the most Nigerians. They can't seem to find him, and it's very infuriating to logically thinking people. That seriously, I mean, is this a joke,
my brother?
So, I didn't mean to interrupt your speech, Prof. But it's kind of just curious that they seem to be able to find
that is the problem. You see,
the other guys.
That's the problem I have with the Nigerian government. See how they're praising. See, if you listen to how they said the gallant police people return fire. What? Where have they been able to detect where these Fulani?
I mean, it's crazy. I think of recently. There's a new terror siege, kidnapping spree along Lagos-Ibadan Expressway.
Yes, I heard. I saw that one today.
Yeah, they've reached out to the incompetent federal government to provide police. Motoko is waiting, or the Southwestern security outfits, both formal and informal, are ready to do the job. They just need police assistance, and they refuse them. I mean, seriously. I mean, this is becoming a joke.
The level of incompetence this government has.
It's not even incompetence. This is willful sabotage.
Yeah, that's the right word.
This is not incompetence. This is willful negligence. They're willfully deciding to neglect what needs to be done for whatever political aim. I don't see how that's going to benefit them. I don't know if they feel like everyone in the Southwest is just going to roll over and allow these Fulani criminals to infiltrate their land and take over their property. I mean, they obviously can't think that is going to happen. So I just don't see what the end point is here. You have a community telling you there's a problem here and we're willing to provide the manpower. All we just need is maybe just an official backing, and they won't give it to them. But we're here discussing IPOB for some reason. It's just like
Apologies for that.
Okay,
I don't know what's going on with my laptop. It just tells you that this is just one man and his dog operation. It's not anything slick. It's just me and some dodgy laptop trying to make noise on the internet. So you see it all now. There it is. So apologies for that. But
no problem.
Prof, you were doubling down on what seems all the evidence pointing. But let me leave that space for you because I know
Okay.
you will never give on that
I
space.
can't give
But
because that is the truth. That is the truth. See, my dear woman, I don't know if you just want to say these things to hype up your show. But the truth of the matter is,
no, because one day I want you to get with the program and get on the train. I suspect if they catch an ESN with blood on his hands standing over the body, you will still say it's a lie.
of course, because
Uh,
this see the Nigerian government. Okay, you all know what their specialists at. I remember during Abacha regime, what's his name, Obasanjo. There was somebody that witnessed against Obasanjo that he committed. Just to in order for them to cast Obasanjo. The person apologized to Obasanjo later when he came in contact with him in Kirikiri. He said he was tortured for days, and in one instance that made him admit that in order to do that dirty job, he said he was hung upside down. These are what these people do. Nigerian government, they are specialists at that area. So
oh.
you see, I don't believe that. They're just praising. Let them go and catch the Fulani headsmen, Boko Haram and co. But apart
exactly.
from
Hey,
that,
you know, but you live in America, Prof. So you
yeah,
know what whataboutism means. What you've just said now is whataboutism. So we're talking about
yeah.
something, and you're trying to obfuscate with a straw man narrative, doing what about.
I'm not
So
escaping.
it's not what about Fulani headsmen. It is how about ESN,
I have been
that
saying,
are
speaking
terrorizing
of
the East.
ESN, I only said that these individuals, this DSS, which I prefer calling Dara's Secret Service, according to Mayogu Dara, you see, that is what they are, because they're just performing the role of
You
that
love quoting that your
entity
party
now.
man, don't you, with his peppy little isms. With
Good.
those peppy little that your Mayegun friend,
I don't know,
according
but
to
I tend to listen
uh,
to
uh,
him
uh,
somehow. So you
yes.
see, that is what they're doing. If they're really performing that role of, will I call it,
You know, I've never really listened to that guy fully. I
me
tried.
too. Me too. My own is that maybe I may just just bump in, listen maybe 30 minutes. But the funniest
Yeah.
thing that
Not that
I
I
tried,
object to him, but I just
yeah,
feel that I don't want to be colored. I don't want to be
yeah.
influenced,
So
but I want to be
that
organic and authentic to how
okay.
I want to.
So
Yeah.
that's it. So the government of Nigeria, my biggest pain is every day they are just doing everything to disintegrate the country. That's my biggest pain. They should think wise. Then let me talk about that a PDP aspect of governorship in Lagos State.
Yes. So now this popular Lagosian political mover goes by the name Jan Dor. He has now carpet crossed from the APC to the PDP, and PDP already walking wounded off the back of our NSAS Lekki Gate, which a lot of people feel that is an unforgivable sin. That is the cardinal sin that finally nails the coffin of that party. Or does it? Does Tinubu still hold sway? So all of that in play as Jandor crosses to the PDP. Prof.
Uh, okay, if I'm to say anything, there's one thing that's clear. That PDP, I still prefer them, even though both of PDP and APC are a problem. I still prefer them to APC for anything. Now, PDP is true that the governor, that Sawolo or whatever, with all due respect, he was the one. He's the one, still the government, the one that was
Do you
under
like
his
him? Do you like
umbrella.
him?
I won't say I hate him. I have no cause to say I hate him.
Did you like
So
him before Lekki Gate?
yeah, why would people go on to dislike him? Because what happened in that Lekki toll gate, it was horrific. You know, over just pure shooting, just like that, and the denial is still there. You understand? So PDP, to me, if they are to get their feet back. I still believe they can do it. But it's going to be very difficult. Very, very, very difficult. But my advice to
Do
them
you
is that
think if APC loses Lagos State, that is essentially the government lost?
no, it is not.
Because the movement of governance in Nigeria is essentially Lagos State and Kano State. And
No, that
Kwakwanso
is
is
true.
battle ready for
Lagos,
Kano.
Kano, maybe you can call some other areas to me rivers. No, Abuja is not a state, but
Yeah, but the mega votes are in those two states.
yeah. So that's it. I think I believe what you're saying. You understand? But how I wish someone in that Lagos state can come out from somewhere and just become a flag bearer and get the victory. I remember what happened in Anambra in 2000. Is that 2003, 2-3 election when P2B came out from nowhere. Even though it was rigged, Ngige won him. People know P2B won, and later P2B got his victory in court. I wish such a thing could happen in one of these states. You understand? It's possible.
How do you
But
think it will pan out, Prof? If PDP puts up Otedola against Sanwo-Olu, you know who Otedola is?
I'm
The
trying
guy
to
that
remember
just
that.
bought first. The guy that just bought First Bank.
Okay, I've seen that name. I don't really know whom, but I think the person has to do with real business, you know.
Yes, he's one of the mega
That's the
rich
little
in
I know, but
Nigeria.
okay. The thing there is that I don't know how it depends on how this Otedola presents itself. Because there's one thing P2B did. P2B, when he came out, people he made people know him. First of all, he used the slogan, "Are we the?" I forgot the slogan. He said, "Are we the cause or are we cost?" That was his slogan word. With time, people knew this man was really a businessman. He had, chains of business. So, it depends on how this man presents himself. If he presents himself as someone entering the governance seat just to enter it, not to make an impact, I think that's where he has failed. I think that is where he fails. But if he presents himself as somebody really there to make an impact, a real impact, not change like what Buhari did to us, or it is well with you. When Anambra was in the hands of Mbanuju, he raised his hand and said it's well with you. People then detested that kind of thing, and he was praying every morning, and he was the torment of our state. If he can do that, I think he'll make a headway. You understand?
You see,
Despite
it'll
any
be
party.
it'll be very interesting how Lagos State plays out, because Lekki Toll Gate is going to be a big talking point for
Of
the
course.
governorship of Lagos State, because PDP would not miss that opportunity. But would that be sufficient enough of a narrative to get Sanwo-Olu out of power? Or will they even replace Sanwo-Olu before the elections? So a lot to intrigue about with our Lagos State.
My advice, I think Solo he's trying to go for second term.
Yes, that would be his.
My
Yeah, yeah.
advice to him, he has to start preparing himself to make a change that will please the masses.
Do you mind if I chime in real quick?
Yeah,
If you don't
come in,
mind?
come in. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean about this Sanwo-Olu thing, I think Sanwo-Olu he's a really competent guy, and he's undertaking a lot of infrastructural changes in Lagos very rapidly. I mean, he seems like a very serious-minded fellow, and I don't know that we can hold him responsible for the
Even me
Toll
too.
Gate.
Even me too.
I mean, I think I would hope the citizenry of Lagos is smart enough to know this guy has no real power when it comes to security. I mean, he was challenged a couple of weeks ago by a mayor.
A recruit.
Yeah, exactly. And some very minor issue, and he couldn't.
And the recruit told the governor to get lost.
Right. He couldn't do anything about that. So obviously, I mean, this guy can't control the police command in Lagos. There's no way he can control the military.
Yeah, but you know how they are going to paint it now when it comes to election. They'll put blood on his hands,
right. But the
and
reality
parade
is,
him.
though, I mean, he couldn't have stopped it, and I don't even think he even had the authority to request the soldiers. That was probably done by Tinubu.
No,
or
he
someone.
considered that he did. No,
Right.
it
Well,
can't be. How can it be Tinubu? Tinubu is not a
probably
governor
at
now.
the request of Tinubu.
No, it's
Clearly,
nothing. Come on, man. It's nothing to do with Tinubu.
Clearly, he couldn't. There's no. You live in Lagos, right? Or you lived in Lagos, I'm assuming, right? There's no way
Yeah.
Tinubu. There's no way Sanwo-Olu would have requested the military without Tinubu's approval after what happened to Ambode. When Ambode was
No.
Ayo might have
is
a
a
point.
chief.
Ayo might have a
No,
point,
no,
Mama.
I
Because you know why?
I don't
You
think
know
it
why?
does. Sanwo-Olu is the chief executive.
It's almost unfathomable that Sanwo-Olu would request the military without Tinubu's
Why
backing.
not? He's the chief executive of the
It's
state.
an impossibility. It's an
Come
impossibility.
on.
You know why I kind
I
of
think everyone in
agree with
Lagos
what
knows
Ayo
that.
is saying?
Everyone in
It's
Lagos knows
because
that. Listen, Ambode tried to be an independent governor. Ambode tried to be an independent governor, free of the influence of Tinubu, and Tinubu got him out. So Sanwo-Olu is not playing that game. And I think anyone with at least average IQ in Lagos knows that. So Lagosians are not going to hold Sanwo-Olu responsible for the Lucky Toll Gate massacre. They can't, because clearly, I mean, he had no influence. He couldn't even protect or command the police force, not to mention the military. But what he can do.
How do you think PDP will paint that narrative come election time?
Yeah, I mean, sure, they will try, but I mean,
they will use
They
it.
won't try. They will try. That will be. They will anchor. They will anchor their campaign on that.
They will try and paint it on him or pin it on him. But the truth is, anyone who
Lagos is already blaming him for it. By the way, all the Faust the bad boy or the Mr. Macaroni, they are all pointing at him.
Well, this was before it became very obvious how impotent he is in security issues. Now it's very obvious to the entire world that the governor of Lagos State and governor of pretty much any state in Nigeria is completely impotent when it comes to security issues, and that's probably our number one or number two problem in that country. But that's a whole nother topic. But what Sanwo-Olu has done successfully is this guy is a very serious-minded fellow when it comes to infrastructure. This blue line and red line thing that has been in the talks since Jakonde was governor of Lagos is finally taking up.
Oh, you mean the trains that he bought?
Well, I mean, the trains that he bought, sure, he got a great deal. He got a great deal from, the Milwaukee State.
Yes.
And in addition to that, you can tell this guy. I don't know if you've watched any interviews with Ayomide, the special assistant to. She's a civil engineer, and very brilliant woman. And she's his special assistant when it comes to infrastructure or whatnot. And she said the funds are there. The funds have been secured. He's made them available. So there's no question of, oh, this isn't going to get completed. This is a done deal. The blue line is going to be running by
the red line.
The red line. It's going to be running by the end of this year. And then the blue line is going to follow shortly.
We'll believe that when we see it.
We'll see. I mean, he's a very serious fellow when it comes to making progress, and that's what Lagosians can hold him accountable for. But when it comes to security, they can't hold him accountable for security.
Well, they can. What do you mean they can? Oh, no, you can't say that now, Ayo. It's the chief security officer.
Let me come.
Look at Excel. You just come in. Already. You can't help yourself, can you?
Because this is the reason why I came in, because I was trying to stay out as usual.
You can't. So just
I couldn't help it. If we want changes, we have to start pointing fingers. I know. We all know that yes, Sanwo-Olu was not responsible for the killings of these people in the protesters. But the law states that he is the number one citizen of the state. By virtue of that, we have to point the finger at him. Then it is now him. He should now go to the press and say, okay, this is what exactly happened. Then
Listen,
we'll find out the truth.
X0.
Yeah.
Listen, you're not gonna cut off your nose to spite your face. This guy is actually doing a good job in Lagos, and everyone in Lagos knows that. So they're not gonna try and get rid of him so they can replace him.
No. How are you concluding that? How are you concluding that he's doing a good job?
But there's no amount of good job you do
because he has gone to Milwaukee and bought 2 second-hand trains.
Not even just that. Not even he's a dynamic guy. He's
right.
Why are you using all these superlatives? Where are you getting these superlatives from?
Well, you want
right,
because he's pay. Are you being conned? Are you being seduced by this guy because he's
I think you are being seduced by not being able to objectively look at performance.
But what performance? What has he done?
What has he done? I literally just mentioned in the history of that country in West Africa, no one has been able to successfully carry out an infrastructure project of that size. This guy,
what size?
But some of the projects have been it's just like a continuum because they started from the
but he has not. No. What project though? What project? What project?
The rail project he's talking about.
Yeah, I know, but there's no rail project in use.
There is a real project. Have you been to Lagos? Come on, man.
No, there is none. There is none.
There
wouldn't be a real project, and it's not on the news.
There's one on the news. There's one on the news, but it's not yet complete. It's not yet in use. But it's
where has it been going? This is
I think it's talking about the Badagry, the Lagos Badagry one, and there was a new
different projects though. It's not even just that. What about the ORJI, the interchange? What about that?
What interchange? He built a roundabout. He built a roundabout. A roundabout.
Clearly, you're not paying attention, one man. The ORJI interchange is not a roundabout. It's a very huge project that got completed in record time. In the history of that.
It's an ongoing project that progressed.
Delivers. Listen, the blueprint for Lagos has been down for decades. But this is the only guy who, for some reason, seems to be able to get things done.
I don't know where you're getting this from, man.
So, and if anyone was holding Lagos back, it was
I think you are seduced by his presentation because he presents well.
But that is what how we got you. You have to also give it to Tinubu that he succeeded in putting this crop of politicians together.
I don't know.
I won't give him that credit.
From Fasola to what's his name? Ambode to this guy. They are all Tinubu boys. And remember one time I was telling you that all the mistakes of these past administrations are Tinubu because they are all his boys. But you told me that no, they are individuals. There's no individual in Lagos as far as Tinubu is still alive. There's no governor in Lagos State as long as Tinubu is still alive. And you know this. So when I was saying this,
do you know that Lagos has a blueprint? Do you know that?
Of course, but it doesn't mean that Tinubu doesn't hold sway.
No, Tinubu holds sway, but Lagos has a blueprint. It's just to Ayo's narrative that this guy is just some Captain America or superhero, Superman.
Listen, guys, this guy has been performing. I'm not sure what metric you're using. I don't know the guy. I don't care about him. I don't really, I don't know any of these people.
The guy is feeble and weak.
Listen. The metric I'm using is progress, tangible, visible progress that you can see and that is ongoing. There is no other metric that matters. So,
this progress is a progress whose time has come, though, with so much inflation.
Really? Nigeria's time has not come, but Lagos time has come,
I mean those projects you're talking about. Of course, it's a time factor thing. If a project is supposed to be completed in 2 years' time, and in that 2 years, Sanwo-Olu is the governor.
You know the heavy lifting of the intrastate rail, the heavy lifting of that project was done under the Fashola administration. All the borders, all the construction work, you see it in Lagos every time you drive past it all the time. So this guy just gloss over and goes to Milwaukee and buys 2 trains.
That's been there for the last 15, it's been there for the last 15 years.
It's an ongoing project.
Did you see the cost of that project? They did the same project in was it India or what country? And it cost far less far less, and it was even longer. The kilometers were longer than the one they were building in Lagos.
No,
so this guy
because
can reach us.
this guy just comes and puts gloss and sheen on it. It's
See,
essentially
this
just
is
came to paint the thing, to paint an
this is
existing structure, and it
this
gets
is
all
the
the
No,
plaudits.
no,
this is
but
the issue,
nobody that
guys.
sees,
You can't. You have
anybody
to
that sees
compare.
him knows.
You have to compare apples to apples. Okay. So there's
Did,
no
did he
point.
build it from ground up?
No, let me finish now. You can.
No, hold
There's
on.
no
Did he
point.
build it from ground up?
There's no point extrapolating how much it costs comparing to another country.
No,
We're
you are
comparing apples
crediting
to
him
apples.
with the metro line system, the rail system. Did he build that rail system from ground up?
Did he build it from ground
Come
up?
on,
What do you mean?
nobody
Yes.
can build rail system from ground up. You know how long those things take now.
Exactly. So how far
Yeah.
gone into the project did he pick it up? The project was
He's
85,
been able.
90%
So do you know
completed.
how he secured the funds? First of all,
The
because
funds were
this is not
already
a
there.
project that.
No, no, the funds were already. The
Oh,
funds
come on.
were what we were
What is
able
that
to
you're
apply.
talking about,
No,
We
no,
were
man?
no, no,
even,
no,
we
no,
were
no,
You
no.
even,
have
we were
been
even.
seduced by the guy.
I
Okay,
don't know
instead of calling,
which
instead of
particular rail
listen,
project you're talking about.
guys, instead of pointing fingers and making assumptions, let's just stick with
You are the one
hardcore facts.
assuming.
How are the funds sourced? One man or
I
Exero.
don't
How
know
are the
how the
funds?
sons
You
were
keep on saying
the
the money
source.
was there. Where did it come from?
What do you mean? Where did
I
it
think,
come
I
from?
think, I think there
However,
was a
projects are
counter.
funded.
I think because
However,
I'm not
projects are
quite clear,
funded.
but
There's
I
no
think
project in Nigeria.
there was
There's no
a
project in
counterpart.
Nigeria has been funded using this technique.
Which
No,
technique?
I think there was a
What's that?
counterpart funding. There was a loan.
There
There
was
was a loan that the federal government, the state government was going to pay part of the money, and then another a bank
No,
was going to
it'll
pay
be
part of
some
the money.
PPP arrangement. It's some
Yeah,
PPP
exactly,
arrangement,
exactly.
isn't it?
But
So,
but the
but it
project
wasn't
was so
initiated by
inflated.
Sanwo-Olu. It wasn't initiated by Sanwo-Olu.
No, no, no.
No, of course
So, but the
not.
project was so inflated because I know of
okay,
that Badagry, the one that stretches to Badagry from mile 2. The price was triple the same project was
Listen,
built
I'm
in
asking
another
a very.
country.
I mean, you want to
Sanwo-Olu
start,
is a yam head.
you want to start delving. I mean, if you want to start delving into criticisms, which is fine, but let's stick with the facts right now.
Right.
How was that money sourced? Does any of you know?
Do
It's a
you
very
know?
simple question.
Do you
How
know?
did the money? How did he come about the
No,
money?
do
I
you
could,
know?
I could,
Because
I could
you
Google
see,
it now.
hold on,
One at a time, please.
Exero.
2, 1,
Hold on,
please. How
Exero.
did he source the money?
No.
Where did the money come
Do
from?
you know?
I do. That's what I'm asking you.
Well, yeah. So go to that point then, because I think you want to make that point. So make it.
No, I'm asking you. You're
Well,
criticizing
I wouldn't
the guy.
know.
You're saying
That
there's
is a
nothing here.
pedestrian point, isn't it? That is pedestrian to the
It's a
narrative.
pedestrian point.
It is.
The whole funding is the
I
whole
think there was
shebang.
I think there was a Nigerian bank.
No.
thing there.
He wants to narrate some clever financial facilitation that he wants to attribute to Sanwo-Olu. So narrate that a clever financial facilitation.
I will.
And make that attribution, but prepare to have it interrogated. So to you,
I will. But
yeah.
before I do so, I need you to say no. I do not know how that money was.
But like I said, it's pedestrian.
So
It's obscure to the narrative. Why would I want to know? The funding, as far as I'm aware, was always something that was already negotiated. But if you have it differently, then present it differently.
No, it was not. It was not.
Let me tell you something. Some part of the money was from Access Bank, Sterling Bank, Fidelity Bank. There was a construction of bank.
Yeah, that's usually how these things are from. It's a conglomerate. No one financial institution carries the weight of a big project.
At the same time, the projects were seriously inflated.
No, we know that. We know that.
Yeah.
But I don't know what point are you extra. I don't think we should. You land your point.
So yes, part of the money was funded from PPP, and he was able to get. And this is never. If I can finish.
Yeah.
He was never able to, or no project has ever been funded by PPP from banks that didn't have a double-digit interest rate. This guy was able to negotiate the interest rate to be in single digits, and in addition to that, he successfully floated Lagos bonds that were on the international market, where people anywhere, or different people from different countries could actually buy bonds from Lagos State. Now, this is a federal.
No, but is that what you were trying to say?
I hate this. I can't.
Is that the big point?
Interrupt. You don't know, but I'm trying to explain. But you still find a way to try and argue with me about.
All right, carry on. But I did say it was pedestrian, but you've just established that. But carry on.
No state in Nigeria has the authority to float or to procure international debt. He was able to.
That's not true.
That is very true.
Yeah, that is not true. Patently not.
Okay.
Every state carries an international. That is part of the Nigerian overall debt, the external debt carried by states.
Oh my God. Yes. It has to be approved by the federal government because it's international debt. So if the federal government is not...
And also, you said that he was able to negotiate a single-digit interest.
Yes, he was.
That is nothing to do with him. That is to do with the strength of the economy.
It wasn't the chief executive of Lagos. You're saying
but he only just came in a minute ago. What has he done in the 2 years that is there? This is off the back of other people's work. He's not the one that propelled Lagos economy to the value that it could facilitate a single-digit interest. You have not said anything now. This what we're...
you just have tunnel vision and you refuse.
No. It seems as though you've been seduced. You've been seduced by this guy.
It doesn't matter what facts people bring forward. It's not going to change your opinion.
The facts are pedestrian and jejune. It's pedestrian and jejune. But
and using clever words makes no difference.
It is. It's a mundane fact. You are saying he negotiated.
No one has been able to.
How do you think he was able to negotiate a single-digit interest rate if he did? How do you think that would come about?
Tell me about it. You tell me, since you have all the
It
answers.
will come about because this is how finance. It's no great mystery to anybody. You source finance. Everybody has source financed. They will look at your books and your record and the weight of your worth. And that will determine if you want to take a mortgage, for instance, you can take a mortgage at a single-digit facilitation or a double-digit facilitation, depending. It's the weight of what you bring. So it is the weight of Lagos State. It's nothing to do with Sanwo-Olu now. What has Sanwo-Olu got to do with how finance works?
You know what a similar example would be? You remember how Ngozi was able to get them to write off Nigeria's debt? It wasn't obviously, she wasn't using her personal money, but it was her negotiating skills.
No, it was her influence. It was her influence and international pedigree.
What the? You're saying exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, but what is Sanwo-Olu's pedigree? Yes? Sanwo-Olu has no pedigree.
I'm sorry.
What is his pedigree?
Whose pedigree?
Sanwo-Olu.
Who cares about the pedigree? He got the job done.
No. I'm saying Madam Ngozi was able to negotiate because of her international experience and influence and pedigree. So that doesn't apply to Sanwo-Olu. Sanwo-Olu has no pedigree.
I'm making a comparison. You said it doesn't matter that it's Lagos. He used Lagos' good name to secure that loan. Well, why wasn't the governor before him able to do that, or the one before that? And then the example I'm making
sure they would have secured other loans.
Ngozi was not the first finance minister in Nigeria now, was she? But why was she successfully able to negotiate that debt to zero?
Because she has pedigree. She has pedigree.
Exactly. So her negotiating
But Sanwo-Olu does not have pedigree.
Okay. Anyway,
he's just a young man. He's a young man.
He has no pedigree. He was successfully able. This is within the last week. He was successfully able to steal a deal from Milwaukee State. But this guy has no pedigree.
Let me help you out a bit. Let me help you out with it. One man.
Yes.
One man. There's one thing you give to Sanwo-Olu.
Which is what?
He's a gentleman to the core. Don't even think about what.
No. Yes,
don't even think about. Yeah, don't even think about what Ambode said about him.
Right.
So far, we have not seen any sign of that.
You mean that is a Ghana smoker?
Yes. So far, we have not seen any sign of that. And I will give you one fact. When the houses were demolished by this pipeline bomb along some part of Festac, I've forgotten the name of that area. Sanwo-Olu came there. He made mention of something, a similar thing that Ayo is saying now. He said he's going to create I've forgotten the way he put it, a bond or something, that there's going to be a contribution for this purpose so that the people who live there will be compensated. So he seemed to have this idea of how financing, how money can be put together.
You cannot give him that credit. You cannot give him
my auntie lost 2 children. I cannot be lying. I cannot be lying with the death of 2 people in my family. My auntie had a house there, one-story building. It collapsed. The son and the wife and the child. Yeah,
I'm not saying what you're saying
I'm just linking it to what
there's no
the
creativity. There's no creativity or real intellectual sagacity to anything that you have said.
But
these are already financial vehicles. All this issuing of bonds.
This guy, you have no idea how money works.
I would not expect that. Sorry, I'm sorry. You will not hear that kind of language from a Buhari or even a Tinubu or a Fashola. It's only somebody who has financial mindset that will make that kind of statement, that he's creating a bond for this purpose. That's one of the first statements he made. So I thought I'm linking that to what.
Do you think he made that statement off the cuff? Do you think?
No, I think it's something he's been used to. That's what I'm saying. It's something he's used to.
Do you think?
Yeah, because I'll give you that video. I'll send you that video.
No, don't worry about the video. I do believe you. But do you know how these things work? You know all these pronouncements of all these governors and executives, etc. They are essentially the handiwork of satellite groups within their structures who have presented to them as an idea. So he has a financial team.
Not all governors in Nigeria are created equal. Not all governors in Nigeria are created equal. Some actually know what they're doing, and some have no clue.
I don't think going to buy some dodgy train from Milwaukee.
Some dodgy train
suddenly propels this guy to superhero status.
You know the story of those trains?
It's just some leftover parked in the yard, isn't it?
No, you're wrong. Yeah. These were purpose-built high-speed trains to run from Milwaukee to Madison in the states of Milwaukee, and a new governor came in. What's his name? A very right-wing governor came in and scrapped the project after these trains had been built purposefully to be to run at a super high speed. Now, the company took the state to court over here and won, and the company was awarded $70 million. But the trains had been sitting there because clearly, I mean, anyone who wants trains are purpose built. They're not just, no one just has trains built and keeps them on the shelf. You get an order and you build trains. So these trains were sitting there for about 10 years. They're brand new. They've never been used. Sanwo-Olu saw an opportunity, came in and bought those trains at a great discount for Lagos. Now,
trains have been sitting for 10 years. Absolute. Shakabula train. Look at that.
One man, I read
the guy deserves a round of applause.
From an international newspaper, and they said he got that at a good price.
Oh,
he got that at a good price. Did you not hear this? Did you not hear the narration that something that's been packed away, rotting away for 10 years, and then they see Mugun comes in.
Away for 10 years when it's actually indoor. The train's actually in a warehouse.
You know what Mugun is? Is that not Mugun?
So I think it was actually the Times that wrote that. No, I think it was.
Let's hear from Baba.
They said Lagos has trains now.
I'll catch you guys in a couple of hours when I come back. I gotta go to dinner.
All right, thank you. You see, this is Ayo. He's taking his beating and he run away. But don't worry, I'll be here when you're back. Let's hear from Baba. What are you making of this picture that Ayo is trying to paint us?
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon, everybody, wherever you are.
Yes.
Actually, I didn't really follow it because I was at the background doing something.
Yeah.
But I heard about issue of locomotive train they just bought in Lagos. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Something that
Well,
has been rotting away in Milwaukee for 10 years. And then this
no,
movement.
there is no doubt about that. Immediately I
Yeah.
saw the picture and I said, no, this is used
For 10 years, so
train.
absolute.
So
Yeah.
then one of my friend now said, where the Lagos State governor claimed to just bought train, locomotive train, and they were even making joke about it that it was those one that they just removed the coal out of it and they just sold it to Nigeria. So and that guy was saying that can't we just buy new thing once? Must we continue using used thing? Can't we just say, okay, well, we
So
want to buy
by
brand
the
new?
next day, the second day, it will break down and they'll start
Exactly.
to
Can't we
just
just
like
buy? Can't we just buy new thing once and for all and just done, rather than just go somewhere and buy use something that's already packed there for very long time. So that was what the guy said. Well, I think maybe I don't get some dollars.
No, Ayo has been seduced. You know that Sanwo-Olu is a poser. So I think all those big grammars, Ayo
So
was seduced by it.
maybe I don't get some dollars. Maybe that is
Yeah.
why he's supporting Sanwo-Olu now, because well, to me, Lagos State deserve a good thing. I'm not, and that
No,
project,
Lagos
like
State
you
should not
said,
be buying a 10-year-old, 11-year-old train that's been parked for 10 years.
for somewhere for many years. I think Lagos State deserve better than that, because they have the money to buy it, and I can tell you, right, the money for that thing, I strongly believe that it is brand new. They wanted to buy. I'm just suggesting.
It's the money for brand new they will take, but they will go and
Exactly.
buy
So they will
Shakabula.
just, okay, well, this one we will still use this one, and claim that, oh well, we will use the money to do other things. But that money will not go to other things. If it is the way they plan it, okay, let's just buy use something, and this used locomotive train, then we use the half of the money to do other things, maybe to fix the road or what. If that, well, we could say, well, that's okay, but are they going to do that? I doubt. All these things, it is just political. They are just using it to campaign, just like the pyramid rise.
I think he wants to use it as his escape route from the NSAS narrative. So he wants to present them a shining train to move them away from
most
NSAS.
Likely.
Yeah.
And I heard that somebody was saying here that he didn't know about what happened in Lagos.
Yes.
It is very surprising that somebody can be saying that on this platform.
Unbelievable.
That he didn't know that the army came. He said himself that he knew, but he was not the person that ordered them to carry out the operation. Eventually, he denied initially. Then he agreed. Oh, the first time they only use a rubber bullet. Then, oh well, something they only shoot to the ear. So these are all the story that we'll be hearing from this person, and then you come over here and tell us that, oh, he didn't know anything about it. In fact, I don't think we should be saying that on this platform.
No.
How can you tell us that he didn't know anything about it? So if he didn't know anything about it, why did he set up a panel? Why did he agree to that?
It's just ridiculous, isn't it? It doesn't hang together. You see, I couldn't get the incredulity of my face as I'm listening. But carry on.
And you see, all these things that they are doing, it is just like Ovie always say. By the way, where is Ovie? It has been a long time.
Yeah, I don't know. Ovie has gone walkabout. The last time I heard, he was away.
One man.
Yeah. Yes.
One man.
Yes.
On that point, a 10-year-old train cannot be too old. I'm sorry to say. A 10-year-old train is not It's not too old. A 10-year-old train that was not used.
A brand new train is even better. And as Baba Kure said, Lagos can
No, but
afford a
these
brand new
trains
train.
were bought, but they were not tampered with because the project was not completed in Milwaukee.
Okay.
You know, so that's what. And they're fast trains.
How sure are you? How where did you get that information from?
From Milwaukee itself. From Milwaukee. What's the name of the one?
They're trying to sell you something. They are
No,
trying to sell you something.
I read it from a newspaper in Milwaukee. Milwaukee newspaper. Yeah. I read it from Milwaukee, Urban Milwaukee. Go to urbanmilwaukee.com. That's the Milwaukee itself, local.
When they see you coming, they will give it a good paint. They will shine it nicely.
But
and they'll sell it to you.
No, this guy cannot lie because the case was in court because there was a governor that approved for it. When the next governor came in, he refused.
Train. The
technology
is
absolute. Either they use it or they didn't use it. They pack it somewhere and it was not in operation. That is used.
But that's what I'm saying. But it was still a 10-year-old train, used or not used, is still not too old. You know, and at the rate he got it, it's not too bad. That's what I'm saying.
Anyway, you know, the only where we are going to agree on one thing. Time will tell. We don't need to argue about this thing. Time will tell because we
at least for this particular trains, I can tell you that it's not.
We know
10-year-old trains that are not used.
Even those ones that we bought that we claim to be bought from China, that we claim to be brand new. So that we claim to be brand new. What happened to them?
But I cannot guarantee anything that comes from China. I can't guarantee anything that comes from China. You know,
even in the middle of a forest, not quite one month. That one was commissioned in the middle of forest.
No, because these guys are using. It's just like going back to steam days. You know, these trains were designed to use electricity, but then you revert them back to the old ways of using diesel. And when there's no diesel or not enough diesel, it stops on the road. Because we are not yet fully electrified in Nigeria. These trains use electricity. They just put the antenna up and they connect to the pole, but we are not yet there. So they use diesel. That's why they could stop on the way.
You see, I still want to make a point, right? I was not on the platform yesterday, and I heard about. This morning you talk about Obasanjo decorated his own son. I also read it on the newspaper.
Yes.
Then now I think it's one of the points you are making here that he said it's not the member of PDP. Is that
that's where I wanted to take you to. Okay. I can never return to your party, Obasanjo tells PDP leaders. So I found that a bit treacherous. What that party has given to him.
It doesn't need to go back there. He is the person that they are going to send to Yoruba land to bargain for Tinubu. It is all calculated game. I'm going to say it now. Why his son was not promoted last year? Why his son was not promoted 2 years ago? So he just qualified this month to be promoted to maybe general or whatever.
Brigadier General.
So he just finished the course this month. So they know what they are doing.
What do you think that they are trying to signal with that one? What is your?
That's what I just mentioned. They want him to sell us Tinubu because they've already promoted him. They've already promoted his son now. So he will of course work for APC, which he did in the last 8 years. Last 7 years. So that is what is going on. He is not what he's saying is not what he's doing is not new to us. He can continue that way.
But you know what?
Yeah.
I can bet you with anything that the OBJ that I know will never back Tinubu. He would rather back Obasanjo. I don't know what is going on right now because everything seems to be boom boom.
It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Either he supported Tinubu or he supported Obasanjo or he supported somebody, but he's going to support APC. That's just the final. But he is one of those that put us in this mess.
Of course.
Sometimes one day he will say, "Oh well, Buhari is not doing this." Then a few months after, he will say, "Oh, Buhari is trying his best." Not quite a month ago, he said, "Oh, well, Buhari is trying his best." So automatically they know what is going on. Maybe that was why he said that Buhari is trying his best. Then they promoted his son. That might be maybe what made him say that.
No. What that statement clearly, what he's telling us is that Buhari's capacity cannot go beyond what we have right now.
Okay.
That man can never. That man can, as Obasanjo that I know, cannot hide his mouth.
You don't know
He's
him.
just been. He's just been politically savvy. What he was intending with that comment was that the Buhari that we have right now cannot perform more than what we are having right now. We should not expect more than this. That he's doing is, that's why he said he has done his best, and this is what his best can achieve. That's the Buhari I know. That's the OBJ. That's what OBJ meant. You know,
well,
it's not about.
That is how you interpret it, but like me, I interpret it different ways. So you know, we interpret a statement differently. So
differently.
To me, I know for sure that something is still going on that we may not really know. So he may want his own court because they are still in power. He still want to be in control. He still want to be in power. He still want to be running up and down on the corridor of power and stuff like that, and get his own court out of Nigeria. But it is we that we are crying every single day that they don't care about.
Of course.
So he didn't want Nigeria to break up because because of his investment. That is their investment, where they get their money from. So that is.
Do you think Obasanjo at 86 is still after money?
That's what I wanted to ask. I wanted to even ask his son that they made Brigadier General. How much is going to be his salary?
Forget salary. Those people are not about salary anymore now.
What are they about again now? There's no Liberia, there's no Sierra Leone where they can go and loot. So what is it again? Where is he going to? Is he going to be on the road?
The only thing about that guy was that he took a bullet. So he has taken a bullet. So you can get his stars, you know, because I think they said Boko Haram shot him in the leg, you know.
Zero. Zero. Let me tell you something. You see all these general.
Yeah.
They don't really need salary because the salary is there already. They know where they get their money. Most of these people has share into the crude oil that is going out in Nigeria.
Bunkering and everything. Remember, Wiki was even
Where do you think they get money from? You think it's just this salary they give them?
Because I was wondering what these guys are about, you know. What is it giving Trigger? Even if you have the highest rank in Nigeria, you cannot be richer than a factory worker here. So that is what they are doing. Wow.
That is how it goes. You see all these all these Senate president, all these why do you think they are fighting for that position? If you see, they get their own cost from the crude oil that is going out of Nigeria. During Obasanjo, the same Obasanjo now that is talking now.
Yes.
I think it was $3 or $1 out of each crude oil that is going out of Nigeria is for David Mark.
What?
Yes, at that time.
Oh my God.
So it's not you are talking about general. They don't deal with the issue of peanut money that you give them every month. They deal with real money where they get crude oil.
Oh my goodness!
There was a story we did just a few days ago when this report came out about corruption in the Nigerian security system. $15 billion they attributed over the last 10-12 years. Because you know that the security, you know that space necessarily, they don't audit it and there's no due diligence or anything because it comes under security. So they just give them a budget. They don't observe any due process. Nobody audits how that money is spent. There's no real strong oversight. And then you hear the soldiers telling you that they don't have equipment. But then when they are reading the budget, they are telling you they are giving the military $6-7 billion. So between giving the military $6-7 billion and the soldiers on the field telling you that they don't have equipment to fight, then that tells you just the sort of corruption that takes place in that space.
It's
You see,
mammoth.
I didn't even mention about that issue of budget that's always given to the military. Even with that, if you are a general in Nigeria, I mean you are a billionaire, not millionaire. You think they sit down with all this 200,000 that they pay them every month? They don't care about that. They don't care about all that. That's just gas money for 1 week.
But now you see why Nigeria cannot break now. That's what's holding us.
When you're talking about crude oil, that is where they get their real money.
You know, another thing that kills me within that Nigerian space, when a state governor completes his 2 terms, he gets a pension and a package for life. So
And
now this person, he will go to Senate and then he will get another lot of something. And then if he loses his seat, he will get another package of pension for life. So these people are double pensioned, double waged, you know, all the way through, you know, and they get, we did it a while ago when they said in Lagos State especially that the ex-governors, they have to have parity with the current sitting governors in terms of remunerations. So if you think then, this Tinubu, he's collecting his pension steady, Fashola collecting his pension steady, Ambode collecting his pension steady, all at the level of pay of this guy, they have to replace their car, at least 2 cars for them every 2-3 years. And then this is just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. What we endure in Nigeria is a crime against humanity.
And like you said, when all the generals and all the military bigwigs are deep into oil, who's going to have time to fight for the common man? Nobody. Because in every revolution I've seen, it's the military that takes over the country and then returns it back to a democracy that works. But when our military is deeply soiled, who's going to come out? Nobody. Nobody's going to come out.
And one man talking about a pension you just mentioned now about the state governor.
Yeah.
Do you know every state has the amount they pay their pension? Every state differs. Like Delta State, I only know of Delta State. I don't know of other states. For Delta State, I can tell you for free, the pension for ex-governor for Delta State is 50 million every month.
Whoa!
And it's going to be different from Edo State. It's going to be different from Lagos State. You know, so these people, they just slot a different amount to themselves. You know.
And if you look at 3 ex-governors, that is already 150 million naira every month.
Exactly.
But one man, you know the rate for pension in the US and anywhere. The normal pension rate should be about 80% of your salary when you stop working. So how is 50 million commensurate with that? And were they earning 50 million as salary or more?
No, it's as I said, they want concurrence. They institute, because you know that these state governors, they create the pension laws when they're in situation, and they create the pension laws to favor themselves. So when they leave power, whoever comes next just leaves it there because he knows when it comes out, he gets the same package. And they package it to be concurrent. So if they were earning 100 naira when they were governor, and the next governor comes in and is earning 500 naira, so their pension is now no longer that 100 naira, it's now that 500 that the current governor. And if the next governor is 1,000 naira, so it has to be at the level of the sitting governor. That is
exactly one man. You just got the calculation. Yeah, exactly.
It's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing.
The same thing applicable to the so-called lawmaker. I mean lawbreaker that we have in Abuja. So that because the constitution, the constitution we are using right now, so favor them in such a way that they make their money anyhow. So that is why they don't want to strike it down and have or revert back to 1963 or the conference, national conference, that the document is gathering dust in their office there. That is why they don't want to implement it, because they know that if we go to back to that, all the money they are making, they are not going to get it. That is why. That is why. You can imagine a state is using, let's just say 100 million. Let's just put it to be 100 million as pension for past government for past governor. We are talking of governor alone, because you will have a first lady. First lady will likely get our own other grandly, the previous first lady. Then you have a deputy governor, which will be getting his own too. So let's just base it on 200 million every single month. You can imagine 200 million getting out of each state.
Okay. Lagos State can afford it, but take that situation and take it to Jigawa.
One man. Lagos State cannot afford it, because there's a lot of money.
No,
if 200 million,
but in Zamfara, imagine.
If 200 million get out of Lagos State coven in every single month for past governors and deputy and as first lady, don't you know how much you can use 200 million? What you can use 200 million to do?
That is a school and a hospital leaving the state every single month.
Exactly.
Because 200 million is a school. 200 million naira is a school.
That is why we lack development.
But one man,
because if we continue paying this, we continue paying this every single month, there will be no development. There will be no road. There will be no pipeline water. That is why we bought use the locomotive.
And people are coming here to you know, and there was no shame. There was no shame in Ayo and X0's voice as they were defending this.
But
no shame in their voice.
Before I forget the point I'm trying to make, you know, this money you just mentioned, this guy just mentioned 50 million. I think Lagos State should be paying the highest of this pension GBT. So if 50 million goes to Tinubu, the same goes for Fashola and Ambode, and the rest of them, down to the likes of Jakande and Raji. How much do you think is leaving these states every month for just pension? It's almost, we are talking of billions here.
Don't forget.
Zero, let me shock you. Do you know all the years Ibori was in prison? He was receiving his pension. Steady. They didn't break it. He was receiving it steady every month.
The same thing the same thing happened to OJ when he was in prison. Yeah. And he came out of the same OJ Kalu that want to be the president of Nigeria now.
President of Nigeria, exactly. Yeah. When I was telling one man that we don't regard OJ Kalu in the Southeast, he thinks I was lying. Somebody who's committed so much fraud in Abia State. But this is scary. If all states are paying this kind of pension, humongous pension, this is why no state is progressing. This is why we are not progressing.
That's why we cannot do anything. We cannot do our road. We don't have electricity. We don't have anything. So that is why we have to bargain for old locomotive train. That is why we have to go to China and get loan every single month.
We're in deep shit, oh. We are in deep mess because this thing cannot continue.
Well, but the funniest part of it is that if, as you are talking now, somebody who's hearing this, they will be saying, "Oh, well, that's just talking trash." Those who support politicians and they are getting crumbs from their table. They will be
you said this cannot continue at zero. Who is going to discontinue it? Because the youth that's supposed to take over, because this ballheads, very soon they will all go. The youth that's supposed to take over has been infiltrated and corrupt. So he's going to discontinue it.
But you know, it's not economically viable. We are going on what they call in Sweden they call it concourse. We are going on bankruptcy, because some states, imagine Zamfara now, or the likes of Borno, or those poverty-pulverized states in the north, they cannot afford it. We are going on bankruptcy.
X0, hold on. Let me just bring you a very quick snapshot of what we're talking about. So this is entitlements. So this is Bola Tinubu. 100% of annual basic salary of incumbent and deputy. 3 cars, 2 backup cars, a driver for governors, 2 cars backup cars, and a driver for deputy governor every 3 years. Free medical treatment for ex-governors and deputies and their family members, 2 DSS officials, 1 female officer, and 8 policemen for ex-governors. So that is the package for Lagos State. So every single one of them. So this is the package for Abia State. 100% of annual basic salary of the incumbent and deputy, 2 vehicles worth 20 million each, and 2 drivers of choice, cooks, stewards, drivers, and gardener to be paid for by the state, 3 police officers, and 2 SSS operatives. So on and on it goes. So this is I'll just stop it on Delta. I'll put the link in the comments so that everybody can see it. So this is Delta State, 100% of annual basic salary of the incumbent and deputy, 1 duplex worth 300 million naira anywhere in Nigeria, free medical treatment for ex-governors and deputies and their families, 2 DSS officials, 1 female, and 8 policemen for the ex-governor. So it's the same thing all the way through. It's just a
woman. Can you read one from the north if there's any from the north?
Okay, so here is Bauchi. Life pension equivalent to current salary, 2 vehicles for ex-governor and deputy, drivers, cooks, stewards, gardeners, 2 DSS officials, 2 policemen are for governor, 1 DSS operative, and a policeman for deputy. So it looks as though theirs is not as much. This is Sokoto State, 200 million naira for governors and 180 million naira for deputies annually. Vehicles renewable and the governor's choice of drivers. An entitlement which includes domestic aids, a house for the governor in any location of the state. So it's the same looting. It's a looting spree. This is Gombe. 200 million naira for governor, 100 million naira for deputy every 4 years, 2 vehicles to be replaced every 2 years, and 2 choicest drivers of the ex-governor, free medical treatment for ex-governors and their immediate families within Nigeria and abroad, 30 days annual vacation outside Nigeria, 30 days ESTA code and travel expenses for ex-governor and wife. So it's just a looting spree. It's a looting spree.
Not sustainable.
You just mentioned the ESTA code now, so they didn't even mention how much they are going to give them as ESTA code. So that is blank. So that could be maybe $20,000 or $50,000. So that one is blank check because they didn't mention this. So you can see how are we going to get development, because if 200 million, let's just base it on 200 million annually out of 36 states. So you know how much billion.
No, hold on. 200 million to the governor and 100 million to the deputy.
Okay, all right. So 300 million every year. So 300 million every year multiplied by 36.
But hold on. We are not talking about the House of Assembly.
That's governors.
Let's just base on ex-governor.
Baba, correct. Do you remember what Patience Jonathan said? There is God, though.
There is God.
God.
You can imagine why these people have to sacrifice human being before they get there. Yes.
States that they don't have resources, they don't even harness the human resources.
Imagine Gombe State paying governor 200 million, deputy 100 million.
So
what they have no economy. They only get from the federal state. They get about 2-3 billion per month. And already a quarter, if not half of that, because like you said, you've not gone to the houses yet.
You've not gone to the houses. We are just paying these people. These people, this country, this is now why I see why they say this country doesn't belong to the people. These are the owners of the country. These are the owners of the country. Because by the time you pay all the house and all the governors of all the states, what will be left?
So that is why you see the loan you are getting from China. That is why it's not they are not using to do anything. Because that is what they are getting loan for. It's not to develop Nigeria, but to service themselves. That is why there's no progress, because you can imagine how much billions of dollars that they've already got they got last year, and we don't even know how much they are going to get this year, because there is no way the resources we have cannot service these people. Then you, on top of that, you have to pay interest on that loan. You still have to service that loan. So all this is compounded. That is why we are not having any development.
I'm sorry to say, there's going to be war in this country. I'm just saying,
and the funniest part of it is that you see all the young guys now. It is even if right now I have one guy now. He's a PA of one of these APC commissioner now in Ondo State. As a matter of fact, every single minute now he always posts Tinubu on his platform. And I now said to myself, I said, look at this one. So you see, we cannot be on the same page.
And they get 2 cars to be replaced every 2-3 years. But when they say replace, that is not to say they'll bring two different cars and take the 2 cars that you had before away from you. No, you will keep it, or they'll say they sell it to you, but it's second hand, so pay 1,000 naira. So they are just building a fleet of cars.
And the vehicle they are giving them is brand new vehicle, not to Kumbo.
Nothing not to know.
So if you are using, you are not going anywhere within. You only travel within your state, or maybe occasionally you travel to Abuja. So what do you think is going to happen to 3 vehicles or 2 vehicles brand new within 2 years that you have to replace it in Nigeria? Even with the bad road that we have. They are using a very big Land Cruiser that we just go through the pole, bam, one time. That the observer, there's nothing wrong with the observer. In the next 2 years, then you have to replace the same vehicle 2 years. Meanwhile, most of these vehicles, they are okay. Now take for instance Tinubu now. Then you have to give him vehicle every 2 years. Let's just use him as an example. Every 2 years, you have to give him two vehicles, brand new vehicles. What is he going to do with them? Even most of these,
they'll just be giving it away.
Exactly. They just give it to their friend. Even most of these people, they just park it in their garage. On top.
Because they will quickly run out of room to park those cars. They just
one man. We're just mentioning Tinubu. We have a long list of governors in this state and deputies and House of Assembly members. The same thing goes for every state. You're just counting one person's money, and that is amounting to almost 1 billion. And if you now count all the litany of governors, deputies, and senators, and this country will collapse on everybody's head.
Free medical something, home and abroad, for the governor and his deputy and their families.
And we were talking about the amount that each state gets from the federal each month.
So when Tinubu was in Paris, it was Lagos that was paying for it. When he goes to
no, this is unviable. This is total bankruptcy. We have collapsed already. We are just pretending. We have collapsed already. This is not sustainable at all.
You see, that is where the real problem is, isn't it? It's in those institutionalized corruption. That is institutionalized corruption. And all these governors, they are all in the Senate. collecting another round of largesse.
They will get free vehicle in
at the Senate as well.
So they will
all these men
you're talking about, all these police officers, they will still have them again. So it is like double.
Yeah, everything are double. Look at that. Meanwhile, Uchenna and today to eat Gari is a struggle. This is the thing, and they are both in the same country. Charlie, what you wanted to say?
Are there any rich people in Nigeria who are not corrupt? Are they like real rich people in Nigeria? Or are them like that? There might be one.
I wouldn't know. I'm sure that's a question, actually. Are there any rich people in Nigeria that are not corrupt? But then, are there rich people anywhere in the world, really? That
it depends on which rich people you're talking. People in Onitsha market, they are carrying millions of naira in their Ghana must go every day trading. They are rich people who are not corrupt. So, it's not my, but I think you're referring to politicians who are not corrupt or some kind of rich people. Yeah, there are so many corrupt ones. But traders are trading. Don't forget, traders in Onitsha market, they go about with 10 million, 20 million, 30 million in bags. Exchange, doing business every day. So, I don't think...
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm very sorry to disappoint you, right?
To bust your bubble.
Right?
Okay.
When you see rich people, right?
Yes.
It will take grace of God for them not to be corrupt. They have to have something. They have to go dubious way to make that. In fact, for you to get clean money, even in the church, even in the so-called church that we're talking about, for them to be clean. You see all these people that all these pastors, they are flying a private jet and all kind of thing. Where do you think they get money? They get the money from? Are they all clean money? You can talk about without any dubious way. There is nobody that you can. In fact, it will be very little, maybe 1% of the world population. Of the world population, not even Nigeria alone. World population.
Of course.
You will maybe just 1% that will say, oh well, maybe this one is clean.
Yeah,
there is no billionaire that can prove that they have clean money. They have to have dubious way.
Of course. Yeah.
Is it that they take advantage of somebody? I want to buy a gas. When I was in Nigeria, I want to buy a gas. You have a gas station, and I want to buy gas from you. You have a POS for that gas station. I want to use my own card to pay you through POS, and you want to charge me for paying you. So I have to pay you to pay you. So it's not in Nigeria alone. I'm telling you.
No, it's not. It's not. Of course.
Anybody that said, "Oh, they make this money, they are billionaire, they are this, they are that," there must be some dubious way that go along with that money.
Of course.
There is no millionaire that will say that, well, I'm clean. There must be a dubious way that they make that.
Of course.
That they come. It might be little dubious way that will come into that money, but there is no money, no millionaire that can say, "Oh, well, I'm clean." That there is no dubious way I've already gone through in my life to cut corner to make some money. Even as even as we are talking right now, you see the government of the whole world now. They are, in fact, everybody just making money left and right about this issue of COVID-19.
Of course.
So tell me now that
there are people which
money.
Yeah, there are people I respected before, but as at the last election, their life changed, because they poured so much money into them, and their life changed. They bought houses in Banana Island and all that. Even as one man is hosting us in this platform now. If APC throw money at him now, he throw us away now.
How can you call on me back? You think I'm not telling you? Eh?
One man. I say with the kind of money that they are throwing at media houses now. If APC come and consult you now that you should package them, you will throw us away now.
I'm a know your man. I'm a know your man. You know,
One day you just tell us, you just pack us in the back room. You just be bringing your guests, special guests.
You know something funny. I've never really been that much into money. You know, not
Forget
just for
it.
its own sake. You know, because I'm a very simple man, or very simple. You know,
Ah,
I don't really aspire to. I don't want a private jet or
we are
anything.
all
You know,
simple. In fact, one
just a
man, the
nice
person.
car would do. You know.
Wow. Yeah, okay, start
Uh-huh.
from there. One man, the person I was telling you that after that election, the last election, that's my 2015 election. That was when this girl just changed. She was no longer reporting news objectively.
Oh, is
I
that
could see.
Malkwe?
No. This one has a blog, but the blog is powerful. You know, all of a sudden,
Who are you talking about?
I don't want to mention her because she's a disappointment.
Well,
She's just a
no, then
disappointment,
we
you
don't know
know.
who you are talking about.
No, but we'll talk backstage, you know. So all of a sudden, the monies were just trooping in. She was no longer reporting news, and before you knew it, she's now as I'm talking, she's a billionaire now. A billionaire.
Who's that? Linda
From a
Ikeji?
simple. Now you talk, Amo.
Oh, we all know she's compromised. But there was one guy on Channels Television that looks Arab-like.
That one, what's that name?
Angalali or something.
Ngalali. That one has compromised too. Now it's now with
You know,
APC now.
as soon as the election finished, he became a spokesperson for the APC. And this was the guy that was grilling politicians on their policy during election campaign.
Yes, his old colleague is now on asylum in Canada. They were working together. That one, the BUHARI administration chased him and he left.
Who's that?
One of the, I forgot, I'll bring out his name. The
Is
colleague
it
of
the
his,
Hausa guy? Is it the northern guy?
Yes. Yeah, this one now, this is Gelali now.
Gaba something Umar something.
Yeah, he ran for his dear life. But Ngelali is now in APC. And I'm sure here and that one they'll be communicating every day. But you see the twist of fate.
The Nigerian media space is a joke. It's a joke. You know?
It's a joke.
Everybody has a political spin. Although media essentially has a political spin, even in America, but it's really a compromised space. So nobody should go to the news to hear the news. So you go and source the news yourselves. But if you go to the news to hear the news, then they'll just lead you astray. If you are hearing from Ruben Agbati, then you are hearing from PDP. And if you are hearing from Malcolm, then you are hearing from APC. So it's just.
If you are hearing from TVC, you are hearing from Tinubu.
No, that's it. He owns it now.
Yes.
That fat one, Babajide Otitoju.
But that guy too, he's disappointing me sometimes.
That one is a gangster. God, is a gangster.
One man, you always talk about that Babajide. What's up with Babajide? It's like you have bad blood for him.
I have bad blood for all of them. I have bad blood for all of them.
Most especially that Babajide Otutoju. You always talk about him.
No, I think the guy is ego-led, is completely compromised, is a Buhari boy, is always on the take, and he works for Tinubu. So there's nothing.
He does work for Tinubu. The way he talks, you can tell. You can easily tell.
You know, he sits like he doesn't get paid from that. I think his own salary comes from a different place because the way he talks, on that journalist hangout, talks so authoritatively like he's the boss.
And he tries to override other people's voices, which annoys me as well.
I mean, sometimes the way he takes sides, I would expect as a journalist for him to be, to be neutral. There was a time when they arrested this guy, Naira Marley. Even if Naira even if his court is going to pronounce him guilty, which they have not done, I think they expect him to take sides and start saying the guy is singing should be okay, something like that. I'm like, why are you criticizing this guy? For goodness sake, you have to not take sides. Be neutral. You're a journalist. But I don't know how they run their shows sometimes. And I suspect he's Tinubu boy.
No, he works for TVC, and TVC is owned by Tinubu. Yes. You remember they went to burn it down during NSAS.
Yeah, I know. And then sometimes those their calls they call under their show. is really fake. Really fake. Because I tried to call in that show. I got into the back room, but they couldn't let me go in because they're so scared that the questions are going to not be in line with what they want. You know, they have their people who
now
call
they
in.
vetted you and you're not. It's only me that will let you on. X0. Eh? You think serious people will let you on with all this
For now,
yam talk? Eh?
for now, until Tinubu come with his bag of cash, then you will
No.
sideline me.
That's not possible because
Are you sure?
I'm after a bigger narrative than I
Joe,
want to nail these people down. It's really I don't have big needs.
One man. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Shetika billions. Really.
Shemofe billions is the thing. What you know?
One man, please.
You know that money. You know that money actually scares me because it comes with responsibility, which I don't necessarily want to take on. You know.
Hey.
Money scares me. I don't.
But one man. This was how funny Kayode was saying before. People were kind of like
that
agreeing
guy
with
is dubious. That guy is dubious.
No, that one is a he's a Ghana guy.
That guy, he smokes crack now.
Yeah.
There was a time they went to his wife ordered people to go and kidnap him because I think he was on crack. So there was a huge tussle.
That
was his ex-wife.
That's his third wife, yes. Is he the one from Ghana?
Yes, Yeah, exactly. They went to they went to kidnap him. They sent this guy, bouncer, to go and bring him. So there was a huge fight. Because I happened to know one of the bouncers that went on that trip. It was a huge fight. This guy is a mess. He's a drug addict, but he will never say it. He will never allow anybody to say it. But it's truth.
No, but I think it's self-confessed because I think he actually went for rehabilitation in Ghana.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he went for rehabilitation, so I think is known to space.
Yeah, but one, if you're saying the Nigeria TVC station or programmers are fake, that means we only news to trust the citizens. That people we should trust in the news because they say the truth, not the politician, not the news organization, because they're all liars. You just admit that.
You know what? Let me make it simple for you, Charles.
Mm-hmm.
Trust no one but your man, one man. So anything that I say, trust, but anything anyone says, don't trust it. That way you will never go wrong. That's just,
No, because I think you just open an eye opener for you just open very eye opener to people to basically you just say Nigeria are liars because basically news organization like they do programmer for a reason.
It is not necessarily a lie. If you go to America, for instance, Fox News is for the Republicans, isn't it? And they would never say anything good about the Democrats. CNN, Democrat leaning, they would never find good in the Republican. And that essentially is how media works, essentially globally. They have a political lilt which they lean towards.
Yeah, I know, but then why is Nigeria worse?
Well, how is it worse? It's no worse or different.
Yeah, but you just admit that Nigeria TV should put program for we. You just admit that. I just heard you saying that.
You had me admit what? How am I admitting? I stated now I don't work for Nigeria media.
Nigeria is actually worse. Nigeria is actually worse because these media houses have no budget. They solely depend on anywhere money comes from because the space is so poor. I know how many media houses have collapsed. You can start mentioning. Even Abiola's own could not run itself when Abiola was no more. So these media houses they are poor. Their journalists are dependent on brown envelopes because the salaries cannot sustain them. It's the poorest of the poorest profession.
A rich man's plaything.
Yes. There was one time, what's his name? Dia was sponsoring one paper. After a while, it collapsed because it was just for a time. After a while, they cannot, because these companies cannot fund themselves. There's not enough companies to put in adverts and make them self-roll themselves. They just depend on politicians, or sometimes when the banks, during that time when the banks were rolling out their major thing, they were doing a lot of adverts. But after a while, even that one stopped coming in regularly. So most newspapers, most magazines started folding up. You see the likes of Fame, the likes of the Celebrity, the likes of even Encomium and Co. They are sometimes it is hard for them to publish. It's hard for them to publish.
All right.
So,
Let's get back to Baba Akure to round off his thoughts. Baba Akure, I'm not sure if you still remember what you were talking about, but it is Obasanjo essentially saying to the PDP, thank you, but goodbye, and don't come back again. So I thought it was betrayal, but you were painting a picture of it. Baba Akure. Sorry, you're on mute.
Well, one man, I'm not going to disagree with what you said, because he was with that party 2 times. I mean, he won the ticket of that party 2 times and became the president of Nigeria twice on PDP. He was the person that brainwashed us, or may I say, cajoled us, or may I say, persuaded us to vote for Yaradua under the same PDP. He is the person also that tell us or cajole us as well, or brainwash us, or convince us to vote for Jonathan. So the problem we are having today, Obasanjo is one of the sole cause of this problem, because he was a person that brought Jonathan to us, where we should support to Jonathan. And Jonathan is, because there is no time though Jonathan did his own part also, particularly handing over the power. For that one alone, is okay. But anything else, he also try anyway. But he is the person that led us to this, because he wouldn't have even dream of let's give this man chance to be the president of Nigeria. At Debi, he did well, because he would have finished his second term maybe about 5 years ago, right? He would have finished his about 5 years ago. He would have finished his second term. But he is the person that leads us to this. So everything we are talking about still points to Obasanjo, because he is the person. He is just like Tinubu right now. He is the kingmaker at that time too. Or may I say in PDP. So we are waiting and see who is going to support anyway. Maybe he's going to support Adesina.
He has been talking about that name, but he has dropped him now. He's not talking about him anymore.
So he cannot get anything from Adesina then. Maybe Adesina is not going to buy his bid, because maybe he may want to be the big his godfather when time comes. Because
which Adesina are we talking about?
The African Bank one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because there was a time that he was trying to control Yaradua. The same thing applicable to Jonathan. But the wife of these previous presidents took their stand, and they said, no, our husband is the president right now, so you cannot push him here and there. So there is nothing we are going to talk about the downfall of Nigeria that we are talking about right now that we still not point to Obasanjo. Adebi, he did the needful, because there was a time this argument also came up. Adebi, he did the needful. Nigeria may not be in this mess. Adebi trying. Obasanjo cannot tell us that he didn't know what was going on. Adebi, okay, let's just restructure this country once and for all and done, rather than pursuing your third term agenda. Nigeria would have been better than this.
Ajale Koko will not agree with you.
Well, Ajale Koko has his own opinion, and this is my own opinion.
Baba Kure, do you think Nigeria is essentially an Obasanjo project?
Well, I will not say that.
I'm saying that because he has ruled that country the longest in terms of both military and civilian. And then he has also shaped who ruled after him largely up to Buhari. Like you said, he gave us Yar'Adua, and then he championed Jonathan, and then he brought in Buhari. So there's a lot.
Based on your explanation, I will say yes. I will say yes, because if Nigeria want to be better, he's supposed to be one of those that's supposed to gather everybody together. Oh, no, I think this thing cannot continue like this. Let's just fix this country. Let's embrace this issue of a regional government. Let everybody go their region, so that we can solve the problem that we have in Nigeria. Like me, I want pipe-borne water in Nigeria. I want good road. I want electricity.
No, I don't think we can have pipe-borne water in Nigeria.
Oh, okay.
Well, Why?
Huh? Why? Look, how is that possible? Do you know what it takes?
If we have regional government,
all these things will be done.
Country. If we have
regional government, all these things will be done. That is
even if without regional government, if we first and foremost remove those monies you are giving to those bloody ex-governors,
those pensions,
those pensions,
and millions of naira that lawbreakers, all the lawbreakers that we paying all our lawbreakers.
Can you imagine?
All this money could be used to do all these things. So,
we are about to lose the oil. That's when we let the oil go now. How do we pay those people?
That is the end of everything now.
About?
The Nigerian oil now.
We don't need oil to develop ourselves. That is the truth.
No, I mean to be paying this pension to all these crooks.
You mean if Nigeria go to regional government or what?
No, he's saying that oil is now becoming something that is not of demand anymore. So the oil that we're depending on now is going to be replaced by technology, and then the country will have no income.
That is why these people are stealing as much as they can steal for now, because even they know they want to steal as much as they can, get loan on you. Get loan on you, so you will be slavery to debt. Why they took their money and they run abroad and go and enjoy themselves, but you plan to go back home one day. But what you see here, you want it to be home.
But Baba Kore, are you still planning to go back home one day?
Of course. That is where I was. I am born in. I was born in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, from Akure. So I will go back there, no matter what.
My friend went back. He went back home. I think last week, they just robbed. They brought him out of his car. I told all of them to lie down face ground with guns, and they took his car and everything, and they left with it.
Where was that?
In the east.
It is okay.
Just the same period when they are still kidnapping along Lagos Ibadan
Expressway. Where?
Yes.
The issue is that all these things will be something of past when the time comes. I'm not going to say that issue of robbery and stuff like that will be eradicated. It cannot be, because it is happening in Western world too. But like question that one man asked me, I'm still going to come back to that question. If I want to go back, if I will eventually go back home, I am not born here. I was born in Nigeria. It is my kids that were born here. They can choose where they want to stay. But like me,
you are a naturalized citizen now.
It doesn't really matter one man. It doesn't really matter one man. I was born in Nigeria, and on that your naturalization is they still write Nigeria on top of it. Even bold, and they highlight it. They highlight it with bold. You are from Nigeria, so it doesn't really matter. So when I just do what you think you can do, do you think I just come here to do you think I just come here to shout every day? Because I want Nigeria to get better. That is
yes,
fact,
of course. Of course.
Because I want Nigeria to get better.
Do you have that hope that it will?
Well, I have that hope, and the reason why I have hope is that if we can do the needful, let's just kill this constitution. Because I still mention this same constitution today. Let's just kill this constitution that we have. Let us.
Like Zero said, all we need is faith.
Faith. This is it. Eh?
Let's
Look
keep
at
this.
that.
Hold on. I said the country, in any country that you see that is developing, if you look at the United States, they have faith in their dollar. That is why you are using their dollar every other part in the world.
Something must feed
That's
your
what I'm
faith.
saying.
You are saying economy is not the problem. It's not economy. It's not good. It's not good governance. So what will give you the faith?
The same thing.
In the midst of chaos.
We're saying the same thing. You see, there's something I will tell you. You know, if a good president is about to emerge, do you know that the stock exchange skyrockets? You know that things start to, before the person even gets to office, things start to change. That's part of faith.
The best
you understand? That is
the best country to compare is Kenya. Kenya is the best country to compare. Kenya is already ahead of Nigeria right now. That's the best country to compare.
Yeah. You know, or look at Rwanda. You know, if a good president is about to emerge, things will start to change without all these economic policies and everything. Then, before he will now implement, he will now appoint all his ministers and now go to work. Just that faith.
Don't worry about faith. Faith is nothing. But Baba Kure, let me show Baba Kure something. Baba Kure, look at this. It's just that story of just the endless gluttony and the looting in the Nigerian space. So this speaks to that. Watch this, Baba Kure.
Okay.
Anti-corruption agency uncover a huge pile of cash. $43 million US stuck in hundreds of neatly wrapped bundles. Almost every filing cabinet, safe, and wardrobe in this apartment in Lagos was full of the notes.
The government must get to the root of the owners of this money. They are not ordinary Nigerians.
After the discovery of the money at the apartment, the National Intelligence Agency claimed ownership of the cash. Now President Muhammadu Buhari has suspended the country's chief spy and ordered full investigations. It's a move some are not happy with.
It's only in this part of the world that somebody set up a committee to investigate a matter that the police is already investigating. And so you now have, are you telling the police to stop investigation?
President Muhammadu Buhari was elected in March 2015 on a platform to fight corruption. Since then, he has...
So, Baba Kure, that was it. That's just an old story, but just an example of, you know, I could have played you a different clip. I have seen clips of people storing these monies in their strong room in their homes, and the money is now weather beaten, and the paper is fading away and rotting away. Money literally rotting away. So this is just this is just what happens in Nigeria.
We have it in soccer way. It does. It is something that has happening in Nigeria. It is happening in Nigeria. It's not new. And the video you just show now, right now, it was the one that they got in, I think, in Maryland.
Ikoyi? No, it was in Ikoyi.
Okay, so I think that was like about 3 years ago. So the most important thing is that we have to kill this constitution because it is not working. And this is not the first time we'll be saying it, and everybody will be saying it. I said something the other day, and I'm going to say it again. We know that Buhari already failed us. right? But if he could do just one thing, and what is that thing? If he can just announce, well, today I think we have to go to regional government, sanction that. You see this issue of S-man and all kind of thing. I think Nigeria is going to. They are not really going to, not much praise, but it will still better. The legacy will still change from the bad one that we know this administration for. If he can do that, because that is what millions of Nigerians want. If Nigeria cannot break up, let everybody go back to their region. Then we can develop this country. And I'm emphasizing it again, one man. I'm saying it again. I'm not coming here just to shout. I know one day there will be a time.
You are never going to relocate back to Nigeria. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but it's never going to happen.
Why do you say that?
Huh?
Why do you say that?
Because you are no longer built for living in Nigeria. You are accustomed to a civilized life.
It is true anyway. It is true, and that is why.
What do you mean?
That is
why. We on generator now.
Then in generator, what about when he has medical needs? What about his security?
One man. Let me know. You still get my point. The reason why I'm here is that I want that Nigeria, or the so-called Ondo State, or so-called Southwest, to be, if it is not at least 100% like this place, at least to 60%, when that time comes that I have to go home. Because no matter what, it doesn't really matter if you have 3 citizenship. It doesn't matter if you have 4 citizenship. You see Akure. One day I will go back to Akure. No matter what.
No, you will go to have your 2 weeks holiday.
2 weeks,
and then to dust your house down and say, this is the house that I built. And then very quickly you run back again to Canada. This is what will happen.
There's nothing. I can spend 6 months over there, 6 months here, 6 months over there, 6 months here, 6 months here. A year over there, 2 weeks here. But for me to sit down here and one young small boy will come and throw me in one elderly home, that one is gonna go to happen. That is why I'm here. That we have to build Nigeria. Nigeria must be better. If we cannot agree to be one Nigeria, then let everybody go in their separate way or regional government. Because I want that Nigeria to be better, or want that Southwest to be better, or that Akure to be better before that time comes. Because no kid will throw me in one elderly home.
Baba Akure, I think you should start planning on thinking like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Anywhere you are, you form the black community there and fight for a space. Rather think like a black man.
Let me tell you something.
Because that Nigeria that you are talking about is the same Nigeria where the military people from even the Southwest,
forget Nigeria. Nigeria is gone.
I can forget Nigeria. So,
forget Yoruba land as well. Forget Yoruba land.
I can forget Nigeria, one man, but I'm not going to forget Akure. I'm not going to forget Southwest.
Oh, okay. But if you want to go back to Akure, you have to change your name to Abdullahi.
I don't have to. And I'm not going to forget Yoruba
because
land.
you'll be going back to a caliphate system.
It's not going to happen, one man.
Look at this guy.
We can do away with Nigeria. I cannot do away with Akure. I cannot do away with the Southwest, and I cannot do away with Yoruba land. That is just a fact. I want you to know.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Yoruba must be better. Southwest must be better. Akure must be better.
Baba Akure, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
At this point now, we have seen the level we have degenerated to in Nigeria. Do you have an idea what the next person who is coming in now, and what the next life of Nigeria is going to be like, whether it's going to be better or worse?
You mean with this these people that they parading themselves, all these criminals?
Yes.
I'm not talking about
life
this.
after Buhari. Life after Buhari. Is it going to be better or what?
It can only be better. Whoever comes in next,
you
it can
know,
only be better.
like Yoruba proverb. One kò sí ọmọ rẹ̀ kan nínú ìbọn because they are all bullet. So there is no. Let me just make my interpretation like OBJ. What I will say, it is in my stomach. Okay. So you see, bullet never have any good children except bullet. Let me put it that way. So so that is it. All these crop, they are all criminals. They are all criminal. But we are praying that we have somebody that can take drastic action. That okay, well, if we go to regional government or Yoruba nation or whatever, that will make that country better. We may do away with Nigeria, as I said, but I'm not going to do away with Akure. I'm not going to do away with Yoruba land. I want Yoruba land to be great. I want Akure to be great so that I can return back home and have a very good sleep.
Yes, of course. And you know this man is from Ondo State, Showore.
No, he's not. He's an Ijo man. He's an Ijo man. Yeah. But thank you, Baba Akure. For reasons of time, let me go on to DOG, who is also with us. DOG, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, good of you to stay. So DOG, to that space that Baba Akure was speaking to, or let me take, yes, to that space still that Baba Akure was speaking to. I can never return to your party. That is Obasanjo putting the final nail on the hopes of our PDP. So what are you making? Is that an act of treachery, or is it time that he just stepped out of politics, or is it even the thing that somebody steps out of politics? Because politics is a lifelong pursuit. But what are you making of Baba Yabo's assertion? Haven't turned up publicly his PDP card.
Yeah, I think if we look at all Obasanjo move lately, it's just based his own thought on how Nigeria could get better. So I think he doesn't want to be part of any party. He just wants to be the background voice to tackle and support, even if some would be to his own selfishness too. But I think he's gotten to that age now that I think I respect that from him. And if we have most of those elderly people doing that, I think it will get better. And for example, I even think for the sake of the party, I think at some point, Tinubu might have to step down and just allow somebody else to go. Well, if not, it's going to affect APC a lot.
We'll see how that plays out. But I'll come back to you in a moment at DOG. But let's go quickly to Engineer, who is fast falling asleep. So we'll hear from him so that we can let him get to bed. So Engineer, long day.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Greetings.
Yeah, look at this guy. We're falling asleep on duty. You remind me of that police officer that fell asleep and had the rifle propping him up. Where's your rifle propping you up?
Yeah.
So, how are you? How have you been?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm good. Thank you. And you?
Why you're wrapped up? Are you not indoors?
Yeah, I'm indoors. One man. It's just I'm a little bit cold, so I decided to.
What are you? Are you scrimping on the bills? What is we put on the?
No way, no chance. It's just I just want to keep myself a bit warm.
Come to Canada.
You see, Baba Akure in winter is wearing t-shirt. That's proper. I'm wearing.
But he's always putting on this. I record he's always wearing this stuff like this. Are you always cold?
Engineer.
Bundle up.
Even after 40 years in the UK, it's still not adjusted.
My body can never succumb to this weather. That's just the basic.
So that is why you have to go back home.
Are you too hopeful of ever going back home?
Go to where?
Look at that. Just 2 weeks holiday would do, wouldn't it? That's it.
No,
You take 2 weeks, you go with your $2,000, whatever, you do fine boy, and then you get out.
no,
You see?
I won't even. Nobody who knows that I'm going back home. That's just the basic truth. Because the country is no more safe.
Would you ever live in Nigeria again, engineer?
Yeah, why not?
Do you intend to?
Yeah, in future, definitely I will.
Really?
Yes.
Permanently, or
Of
just?
course, of course.
Man, let me let you something. Engineer, I'm very sorry.
All right.
You see these people that agitating for Yoruba nation. As I said to you the other day, most of them are based in abroad. Most of them, large percentage of them. Do you think they want a country that they can return to? People want to go back home. Nobody want to stay here forever. That is the fact. That is why you see all this agitation. This one is IPOB, Yoruba Nation, Joy, Security and Co. Because people want to go back home. They want to see a country that they can return back. If it is not 100% of where they're coming from, at least it will be 60% of where they're coming from.
Baba Kure, what you need to understand here, we need to speak to ourselves. We need to tell ourselves the truth. You see, if Nigeria want to become good, Nigeria will become good. Something you need to realize is the youth. Is the youth. Youth are the problem of the country. If we can voluntarily open up our mind and say the truth to ourselves, we can conquer these old people on that seat. I give an example with election that happened in Benin. Is it Benin or Edo State? Sorry. This is what happened when the old Kakus, they tried to manipulate the election. But what happened? The youth, they came out, they stand firm, and the election has took place, and people said, you know what, the ballot box, you have to count it. People really come out, youth come out. You understand? When they come out, they do this free and fair. Nobody was killed apart from the people that they gave money. They were being caught to go and sort some of the villagers. But the youth, they speak to them, they speak to themselves and agree that we are going to make sure everything is done and the result will be counted in front of them. This is what happened, that Obaseki won the election and he came to power. So what is stopping Nigerians from doing that? So those
because
are the kind of questions.
Is about what they want to make. Sorry to cut you short there. I just want to make an example. There is this guy that was shouting up and down during SARS. Do you know the guy actually did like a youth something for him for Tinubu at 70 or whatever they said they did recently, and everybody was disappointed. It's I think he was part of the guys that came
Who's
out
that?
of
Segalinko.
Nigeria or something recently. And it was so disappointing to see somebody in
Look
the
at that.
forefront
You
of the
mean
NSAS
NSAS is now campaigning for Tinubu?
is now campaigning for
Oh
Tinubu. You
God,
know, it's
you
quite
see?
crazy. That's where I
You
think
see?
sometimes this youth that we even keep saying the youth, not all youths are actually sane. To be honest, I just think it's insane. What that guy did is insane. You can carry on. Sorry to.
Thank you,
No,
my
but
brother.
that's a key point, though.
Yeah,
It's the same. Everything changes but remains the same. It's essentially the Nigerian narrative. And the protesters are only protesting because they are not in the situation to steal, is what that tells us. You know, so
you
everything.
see, one man, some time ago, if we should all recall, our president BUHARI said it clearly: Nigerian youth are lazy. You see, sometimes old people, they give a parables, they speak in parables. It's like a wake-up call to every Nigerian youth. If you said we are lazy, then we have to prove you wrong. It's a challenge. It's a wake-up call. But has anything been done? Nothing. Nothing has been done. Nothing has been in place. Something we need to still understand and realize. In that country, everybody wants to enjoy, but they don't want to work hard towards it. That's the problem. That's one of the problem. For instance, now, look, if today they said there's BB Nigeria, I bet you a lot of people, a lot of youths, 80 to 90%. Do you know how much money they use in subscribing?
You know, engineer,
Hmm?
I've never understood the youth narrative in Nigeria. They tell us that 70% under 35 thereabout. So if they want to take that country, they take it easily,
Straight
easily.
away.
You
Straight
know,
away.
but then they don't take it, but they just complain. So what exactly is the story there? Just take
So
it now. Just take
at the
it.
end of the day, we have to come to agreement that we just have to work. I always give example of the youth in Edo State. If they can come out and stand firm and fight for the right candidate they want. These are the kind of things, the motivation that Nigerian youth should come out and do during campaign. You understand? But if we keep quiet, I will keep saying, oh, faith, or this and that, we're just wasting time. These old people on that seat, they don't have future. In the next 20 to 30 years, they don't believe they will exist. So what can they do?
And by the way, you see that youth window is a very small window. So all this bracket of people that are saying that they're youth at the moment. So let's take that from the age of 30, from the age of 27, let's say, to 37. Let's just use that as a demography. If you add 10, 20 years onto that, they are no longer youths. So, but that window for them will go. So the youths in Nigeria really now are the 19-year-olds to the 21-year-olds. Those are the ones that might well still have a future. But anybody 25 thereabout, it doesn't really have a future because his next 8 years is already accounted for. If
Exactly.
things carry on as they
Exactly.
are,
We need to say the truth to
and if
ourselves.
NSAS is already campaigning for Tinubu, then that tells us that they are
So here we
doomed.
go.
They are
We need to
doomed.
start talking senses to ourselves
Look at
because
that. NSAS campaigning for
uh,
Tinubu.
at the end of the day, you went there campaign for these old fools that are there to lambast the country, to do anything they feel like to do. Look, they give you money, you buy house or you buy car, fancy car. Do you ever think of the road? Do you ever think of the electricity? Do you ever think of what you end up having for your own kids? You understand? Do you ever think of, oh, I need to go to work, come back home and provide? But no, they don't think of that. What they think is, at that moment, they believe that, oh, fancy car, oh, he sought me out.
Do you know what I blame it on, engineer? I blame it on Instagram, Everybody wants to blow. Everybody wants to be that guy. Everybody wants to be that Instagram whatnot that seems to be.
It's very sad. And
Yeah.
another thing that we need to understand here, the level of tribalism in that country is become a nasty thing that people end up, don't depend in Nigerian government again. Because you can't go and study engineering, then you end up being working as a taxi driver or in agriculture firm, or you study agriculture, you end up being working in the bank. So how does that work? What is going on? We need
You
to start
see,
asking
it's
those
that
kind of questions.
tribalism that is holding the youth space back. Because although we say we have a large percentage youth population, but those youth populations, they are also now subdivided into tribal trenches. So it's not as though there's one mass of this 70%. They are split along tribal lines, and it's those tribal fault lines that never come together to make that population a mass that can critically affect
What do you
the.
mean, one man?
I think what young man said, that tribalism is part of it, but I think he has a little to do with it, to be honest. I just think youths nowadays, especially Nigerian youths, don't see far. Like engineer was saying, people don't think about the future. People are thinking about the present. That's why most youths want everything automatic. People can't put their heads down and think, okay, what business can I do? What would you lead to in 5 years, in 10 years? What can I turn to in 10 years? Everybody wants to be what they want to be right now, straight away, which is quite crazy, which is why we have alarming rate of ritual killings. And if you see people they are catching is youth, because people are not,
Exactly.
and it's quite, you think about the whole thing. So obviously, if we gather ourselves as youth, using that guy from like BB Niger, the guy and size guy now as an example, if we gather ourselves together and say, okay, let's focus and let's do like how they do in Edo, that means some people will go behind, take some millions, even point our address
Exactly.
and give them our address to come and kill us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so people, I don't think Nigerian youth is only few. That's why I use the word sane and insane the other time. That some of the youth are insane. Most people are not thinking straight anymore. Maybe it's the poverty level, maybe it's the condition of the country that has actually changed the mentality. Because sometimes, if you look at even social media as little as Instagram,
How pervasive is this thing that you're describing? How deep does it cut into that space in that demography? How many of them has
very,
it been?
very deep. It's cut into it very deep, and you
So
can
does
tell.
that, are we talking about hopelessness? Is this what you're talking about?
It's
Is it
kind
a
of
hopeless?
in
Is it
between.
a
It's kind of
hopeless?
in between. It's in between, to be honest. We are not sure. That's why I actually, because I listened to all the programs I've missed when you did it. That's why I heard about when Exero was talking about faith, and I'm thinking we don't even have hope, not to not talk of faith. So
No, X0 just talks, Don't
you
listen to
know,
X0.
so
He's just is a young
the
man.
point I'm trying to bring, if you look at,
You're
I
just
tried to
mumbling
study
it
some
now.
things.
Anyway, I don't want to talk.
I tried to study some stuff on social media. Like now, let's say Easter Block, for example. If Easter Block closed, like maybe a senator or a honorable, somebody is fighting for something that really matters to the people on social media, you will see 400 likes, 200 comment. Let them post something that is unreasonable, that doesn't even have any positive thing to do to their life. One comment will have like 4,000 likes. And I'm thinking, when they are talking about things that somebody is fighting for, maybe educational stuff or something that could
But that's
actually
the
affect
thing
your
now.
life,
Is it not that
nobody is
Instagram
pushing it.
popping? Is it not that Instagram popping that seems to be everybody
You
wants
know,
to be that?
so that's what tells you a lot of people have lost it, and I think idleness have actually even make a lot of people lose the center focus of what life really entails.
Do you think they live in a virtual world as opposed to the real world?
Yeah,
Everybody
that's the
seems to be
point.
living
Yeah,
in
that's
some
the
show
point.
business that is going on in their own head.
Yeah,
Are
and
the
the people
Nigerian
that should
youth
even
living
be
in
role
their head?
model. The sad part is some people that should even be the role model are even influencing people in the wrong way. You know, people are doing a lot of things that you just think you should be a role model and see what you are
Cite
doing.
an example of.
There is a lot. There is a lot. We all see all these things. I can't really pinpoint anybody now, but I see a lot of things on internet about Nigeria, what's going on in Nigeria, and you see somebody that you think, this guy. Then you hear this thing, then you think, how can this kind of guy do this? Example is still part of this guy that is going to do some campaign and all this.
Do you know when I think that the Nigerian youth space pivoted? Do you know when I think it pivoted? I
When?
think it pivoted with the birthing of Davido, the singer. I think that was when the country pivoted. Because when that guy came in, he came in and he was describing himself as Omo Baba Olowo. You know that is
No, that
that's
doesn't
what I
have
think.
anything to do
But
with
that
it.
is not a narrative that is traditional to either the Yoruba space or the Nigerian space, and you would have expected that that sort of narrative should be shut down immediately. But rather
No,
than
you can't
shutting
shut that
down
down. Like what
One
Davido
man,
said, he called himself Omo
one man.
Babolowo.
That's
If you are
very
not Omo
that's
Babolowo, you can't claim Omo Babolowo.
I think he ruined the Nigerian youth, Davido.
No. I
one
don't
man.
agree with that
Please
one, man.
stop that
All you
now.
have to get
What do
one.
you mean?
You know why?
That's
What
what I
he's
did.
saying, he said his father is rich. If my father is not rich, I can't
But
say my father
Nigerians, they
is rich
don't. No, but that's
like him.
been a braggart now. We are not to use. It's not tradition and it's not form.
No. You guys again one Nigerian youth. You got Nigerian youth are
I
working now.
think Davido ruined the Nigerian youth.
No, one man said to
No,
Nigerian youth.
I don't agree with
No.
that.
You guys again.
Well,
Engineer, you agree?
What does engineer have to say? I don't agree with that.
Well, that's a tough one. What we need to understand, he's a musician and he's just there to entertain, and he's not there to encourage anyone, because Davido is someone that I believe he don't show off like that compared to the American singers, and Davido, when he started, is something that regardless of the music he sang, Baba Lowo, all those kind of things, there is just part of the entertainment industries. And what we need to realize, there's this guy that was there before Davido, but he passed away. If not, that guy will be one of the top Nigerian musicians that will be beating Davido himself. Because when that guy,
that Green, Abi?
Yeah, it's something that Green. Thank you, my brother.
Yeah.
That guy was too good compared to Davido. He's 100% much better. But due to the fact that
you see, that's just a generational.
And let me tell you
right?
something,
I
one
don't
man,
even know
about
that.
what you said about
I
Davido,
only
him
know
coming
Sonny
out.
Ade and Fela Kuti.
Even Davido coming out to say Babolowo thing. This guy, Daily Momo, to do like a short interview with Bobrisky, and Bobrisky said something which I found it to be so 100% true. If you look at the Nigerian social media space now, it is stupid things that get people's attention. Bobrisky said something like, you have to do something different, something crazy that people have never seen. That's why he did what he did, for the money. So Davido coming into the entertainment world, you need to say things that will bring you to limelight. Nobody really knows his dad. It's only a few people that, if you are close to maybe one of their family from Oshun and all that, then you know the Adelekes. But when Davido came is when most people know the Adeleke family. Most people just know the governor. They don't know his father. So sometimes I think the social media space, you need to do something crazy. Some people will go on the roadside and do something crazy, and they will become popular. Like
But
a lady
that is what I'm saying, though. DOG citing Davido as the arrowhead. I think we might well even address this as a standalone topic one of these days. How did the Nigerian youth space pivot? Because, like you said, Bobrisky just buttressed the point. These people, they are more, they live in that outlandish world of social media, celebrated Instagram, Twitter, etc. And they're so lost in that world. Who is happening? Why are they happening? What outlandish, outrageous thing is happening? They live there rather than in the real world where their mass could effect change. And that all enraptured in that Davido narrative of former Babalowo.
which is what I'm trying to say. Like social media,
the ruination of the Nigerian youth is
people
Davido.
buy
He ruined Nigerian youth.
A lot of youths in Nigeria now are so idle. I know people that have graduated since 2007, they don't even have a job. I said it one time on this show. I know a lot of people that goes to somewhere in the north to get tomatoes to supply to.
But there's no excuse for anybody not having a job in Nigeria.
Yeah, but
there's such a void of
there's
opportunity.
the situation of the country. I know a lot of people that have gone into business and they are doing well, even better than people that have traveled out of the country.
Nobody should be taking paid employment in Nigeria.
But not the chances are. We need to understand that the opportunities and chances in Nigeria are slimmer than.
How so?
Outside, than a good. Nigeria is not a place. It's some people. It's either luck, and even if you look at it, if you say you want to start a business, you need the capital. Some people don't have just to get the capital, so they will forever have the idea, and the idea will die with them. Some people have people they can go to. Uncle, this, I have this idea. Okay, you say you didn't find a job. Okay, I will support you. That some people don't have people like that. But where I'm trying to go to about Davido is, Davido said, "Emi Babolowo." So if you are not on Babolo, why are you looking to be doing what Davido is doing?
Yeah, but he's created that space for them to
Davido said the
aspire
story about
to.
his dad.
So
That his
that's
dad
why
is
they're
one
all
of the
doing
most
ritual money.
humble people that he knew. That before he even got to understand that his dad is very rich, it took him time. It was when he was like maybe 13, 14, that his dad is so humble and all that. So Davido coming out saying that, I think me as a person, I will apply my brain. Obviously, Davido is a rich man's son. I can't go and be doing what Davido is doing if my father is not as rich as that. You know?
One man, the people that are
Can I
responsible.
interject for a sec, one man?
Yeah.
No, yeah, hold on. Before you interject, go and look up Davido's interview on Charlamagne the God. This guy was bragging that his father had $900 million. This was 5, 10 years, 6 years ago. So, and that was the beginnings of the ruination of the Nigerian youth. Davido
But
ruined the Nigerian
him
youth.
saying that doesn't mean that youth should now go and be thinking. That's why I said if you're not thinking straight. There's a lot of youth in Nigeria that are not trying to be Davido today, and they are trying to make ends meet for themselves, and they are doing well. And Davido has said what he said how many years ago. So how should that even really affect you? You know?
The Nigerian elite, they contributed a lot to that stuff because when they have their money, they will start rubbing it on people's face and all that rubbish, and then they'll be buying things, Western things, and be rubbing it on everybody's face, everybody's face. And then when they started promoting Western values and Western clothing, one might remember in the past, like in the 90s, or where if you wear any African attire, they will start laughing at you. You understand? They will laugh at you for wearing lace if you don't wear anything that comes from America or something like that, So that's when the whole thing began. We're consuming so many Western rubbish on television. I mean, it started in Lagos, and then when those Nigerian children born in England and America, when they come to Nigeria, they will start looking down on everybody, start flashing their American shoes, American clothes. So that's where the whole thing began now,
No. I think
I never felt like that with anybody, regardless
Yeah, it
of who
depends
you
where you
are
grew up.
anyway. So I don't know.
I think you have to do with
It depends. In Lagos,
One man,
I was.
you see, one man, there will always be that percentage of persons that will want to hit limelight with through a controversy. You remember that song Davido sang, that Omo Baba Olowo you're talking about?
Yes.
This was years back. Even I think it was one of his early songs.
Yeah, but I was saying that was what
introducing
turned.
himself to the space. So either way, it was just introduction. He has to do something extraordinary.
I'm sorry to cut you guys.
Oh my, it was way before
I'm sorry to
Davido.
cut you
Way
guys.
before Davido. I still know Davido now.
He was the pivoting. That was what turned the Nigerian youth.
No, it was during the 90s when we listen to hip hop. Remember in the 90s now they played Tupac for television.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. Mike
It was
says
in the
about hip hop
90s,
now.
man.
Back in the days when we were
Everybody want
listening
to
to
become Snoop
likes of
Dogg. Everybody
Tupac, B.I.G.
You know
We
why
don't
that
take
wasn't
guns and say because Tupac and B.I.G. are rapping about guns and shit. Then we went and take gun or take my dad's gun to go and shoot somebody on the street.
No, he wanted to dress like them, Sha.
Yes, but the difference is that they were foreign to us. But Davido is immediate to us. So Davido is your next door neighbor 3 doors away. He's a Yoruba man, even though he's a short little runt, but still a Yoruba man. So he is more attainable. So you're not American. So however much you love hip hop, it's American music. But Davido is telling you that it's Omo Baba Olowo, and you're seeing how he's controlling all the girls and all the blinks. And then
So how should Omo Babalakara, Omo Yalakara should want to be like Davido?
Then that's the point I was making. One man, Davido came from America now. So the thing is, that time those rich children became, they started flashing things they buy from America with the money they made in Nigeria and start flashing it as the standard of coolness. If you don't have any of these things, you are less than anybody. You can't fit in our midst, and they will separate themselves from the other children. So that's when the whole thing began. Where everybody wanted to copy. And now most of these ones that are singing rubbish, they come from America now. People like even the band, they came from England. What's his name? Naira Marley came from England. I'm sorry, from England. Davido came from America. So they started exporting that American and England rubbish to our youth in Nigeria. It started in Lagos. It started from all those VR area, because I remember I used to live both from mainland and island. And back then, when I go to my neighborhood in Ebute Metta, we don't do all those things. But when I go visit my cousin in Victoria Island, that's what all those children were doing. All those talking about Yankee.
If you're talking hip hop, the Yankee, that's what they talk about.
No,
And those first tag boys, VI, it was limited to that area. All of them want to be Americans. That's what they were promoting. If you are not into the Americanism, they will look down on you. They'll push you away. But today, it's all over now. Now everybody want to get money now. All the children, all the youth don't finish. They don't get money. They don't get money.
All because of Davido and his Babalowo.
He was before Davido, but Davido came and had them.
Let me explain something to you. In your generation,
you want to explain something to me? Look at that. Okay, go on.
The young generation is fun, but this new generation, we're different. We're not like your generation. Different.
Okay, how so? How are you different?
Your generation, you don't like hip hop rap. You didn't just like hip hop rap. How you into your life? You can't just force to like your generation. It's different.
What do you mean we don't like hip hop rap?
You should be happy. The video actually brought Nigeria to the world. You should be happy about the video.
Thank you.
I don't see. Yeah, me too. I don't see why you want to blame that video for the
I don't understand
stupidity of the youths.
Well, don't worry. Next week you'll come back and say I'm right when you have
Davido actually helped the youth. He's the first rich man's son that we saw that was working hard.
He was working hard. What do you mean he was working
hard?
I don't even think Davido
guy works hard to achieve what he has.
I don't think Davido
he has money to help himself to get to the point. He works hard. He stays. Most of those even poor musicians from ghetto that have made it to limelight, most of them don't even work as hard as that guy when it comes to making music.
They don't.
Honestly, maybe you don't really see more of their life. Me, I look into their life and I'm a bit close.
No, I love that guy.
That guy he should even be a motivation for most of these people that
for people to be going around
boasting. We want to blame him for that.
It is not behavior now. It is not behavior.
Let me give you another example. Here's another example. It's an Igbo artist. There's a song that's so popular around the world now. It's an Igbo guy. He made a song so popular around the world. And Nigeria is now well known. See, we had the video on that Igbo guy that used not be well known to the world. You should be happy that David actually brought for a country to be well known to the world. A song must be popular for a country.
There was never a time that Nigeria was not known. Did you know that? Hold on, Charles. Did you know that Fela Kuti was conferred the highest honor in France just off the back of music?
That's nothing. Compared to
it's nothing.
You can't say that's nothing. You can't say that's nothing. You can't say that.
In Nigerian guy,
we already know before that we
don't know much history about Fela, so it's good to say it's mine.
I got smoking on, but here's the truth. The video brought Nigeria to the world. The video songs played.
Thank you, Jay.
Davido brought Nigeria to you. That's what you want.
That video. See, that at the point where Nigeria, nothing was working. The only thing that was going for us was Afrobeat. So give it to these guys, Davido, Burna Boy, Whiskey. They are the limelight.
I even think, do you know, X-Zero, do you think, when it comes to Afrobeat, we don't really give kudos to some people that actually really deserve it? Them Kenny's music.
Yes. Two-Face.
Actually,
Two-Face that brought Nigeria. Not Davido.
They don't go to Grammy, go to MTV
it is
Awards.
techno. It is techno.
No, it was Two-Face. It's Two-Face and Two-Face. That song, African Queen,
Kenny's music
was the one that exploded all over Africa and in Caribbean.
They really tried. They really tried for the industry. It was after them. It was after them, D'banj and Don Jazzy came. They wouldn't have come from all those musicians that came from foreign. They came because those guys paved the way for them. Those guys would go to Grammy, go to MTV Awards. They were doing prime time jam. They brought them Tony Tetula, them Two-Face and likes of them.
And when people were laughing at them, they started
to those guys. And I think they really deserve
I want to even ask one man. Do you know that there are some places that you as a black man do not enter because it's strictly white? But
I've never come across that place.
Okay, maybe you are in the UK now or you are in America now. Come to some of these white countries that
you know what? You know what? Just the force of my personality and my presence, I will enter anywhere. In fact, they will open the door. They will open the door as I'm coming.
Oh man, don't come here in Texas where I still in America here.
One man, not in Germany or Austria.
I will come. I've been to
you can't. They will back you back.
They will not. They will open the door. Just the force.
If you are in UK and America and
Woman, I don't think you know the color of your skin, Sha. Maybe.
I know the color of my skin,
No,
but I know the value of my party.
I will invite you here now.
man.
Come
Do you know the value of your
There are some
person?
places here in America you can't go if you are black. You make your life.
And they will open the door even before I get
No,
there.
one man.
Open the door for black
They
man.
will doff the hat.
Some
They will say,
places.
"Good afternoon, sir." They will say that.
No.
We are talking about some places where all of us, normal places, we near black neighborhood.
You are
Go
living
far
in
to white
America,
area.
or you
Where
are
no
living
black
in.
man, they go
I
there.
get one man's point
You are
though,
living in.
because
You are living
obviously
in UK.
there
You
are
are
some
living in UK.
mindset sometimes affects black people when it
You know,
comes to
No,
black
it's not a matter
you
of
slip
mindset.
in with
we might
authority
get
and
there. I think
confidence.
we might
You
get to
know,
some
confidence is
places.
everything.
They might look at you like it's strange for them to see people like of your color, but not like you can't
No,
go
we
in.
get that part. There are areas where it's about your status and your just where you present yourself.
No.
But there are some places where they just don't want to see you. They don't want your presence. You no matter who you are, whether you're Obama, they don't want to see you.
You know, Obama doesn't have my confidence, even though he's the president. Because
Obama don't the truth. I want the
Oh,
truth.
God.
But get confident, man. You're a black man. You show up. But
I am an
your
Oyo man.
confidence.
I am an Oyo man.
Okay, that
Okay. Woman, let me tell you, let me explain something to you so you understand what I mean. You know, if as a visitor you can enter anywhere, of course, anywhere. But you know, as a person who has lived in a place, you know the nuances of its racism. So when you are not wanted, or when you are not, when people are not hospitable, they are not going to tell you, "Hey man, walk out of here." It's just in the little things that you will know that these things are not. But your music is everywhere in that place. So it is this music that is even paving way. A musician who has sung a big music came here to visit me. At the hotel where we were.
Let me cite you an example. When I went to Barcelona, they had a lot of immigrant blacks there that were just, you see them all over the place, and you could see the treatment. But, when I was going through, I would sweep through into any place and they would open the door for me. And I would sweep into the shops and the assistant will come and assist me to pick out items. Just the authority, the authority.
There's no question that those places
One man. The problem is this.
Even though you don't have that authority, but you carry yourself with it anyway.
Just let me explain it to you so you understand. Let me explain it so you understand. If you get to any part of the world where English is not their first language and you speak only English, it is automatic they're going to be very hospitable to you because they have this idea that, okay, this person is not from here. But when you start to speak their language with them, they automatically know that this person is trying to integrate.
When I went to Prague, it was the same thing. Authority.
Were you speaking their language? Were you speaking their language or you're speaking English?
Well, they all speak English in Prague.
White man, I think you are walking into the places of their business to spend money. So they open the door for you because you walk in confidence, they take your money.
There you are.
But go to their neighborhood. That's what we are telling you.
What controls everything? Money and power.
Yeah, but walk into their neighborhood now. So you won't go hang out. You won't go taste their babes. What?
You just try to wind up with this. When you start to speak their language, they know that you are one of them. You are living in that locality. Then they begin to treat you as, okay, now this person is living here with us. Then he's supposed to know his place. No, you're not exactly invited. You're not supposed to be here with us. That is there's nuances. They don't tell it to you. It's just a slight nuances that you notice that these people they're not really.
Do you know I would doff a blazer sometimes and wear a velvet cravat, and then I just sweep through.
I don't believe it because it's a bit
with a light brown corduroy, with a light brown corduroy and suede shoes.
One man is telling you his experience. You are laughing.
I will bring you to Georgia.
It's how you present.
I'll dare you to walk into that white neighborhood.
You made a good point here, right? You made a very, very good point. This is something we need to understand with what one man is saying. It depends on how you present yourself. That's one, and two, the mood of or the method of our outfit. You understand? Because Most people every country they respect. If you go to all this G8 meeting, G10, whatever, most people they go on blazers, they go on tied and the rest. So regardless of anything, if you dress like that, go to any country, nobody will start playing that racist card, because one, they will look at you as a dignified someone, and for you to come out and dress like that to walk through wherever you're going, they will look at your attire, whatever you put on. So those are the
Engineer,
things
that's this some aspects.
Engineer,
We get that
engineer,
part.
this
In some
engineer,
business or financial environment, we get it. But we are telling you to go
no,
and live
no,
in their
engineer,
neighborhood. That's what we are telling you.
engineer.
Everybody
So
has a point,
I have
but
to put
from
on,
what
I have to
one
put
man
on a
is saying,
blazer. I have to put on blazers because I want to see some white folk. Is that what you're telling me?
No. It's horses for
You have to
courses
wear
now.
blazer every time you want to step out of your house. At least. Every time you want to come for you have to wear blazer.
I give you example of G8 meeting, G10.
So you have
all
to dress
these
like
things.
G8 every day.
When you
No,
see
hold on, Mike. Let him make the point.
when
Yeah,
you see all these dignified country presidents, they come together. Look at the way they dressed. You understand? So those are the things that I want you to look at it. That if people like that, they come out, they dressed, and they've been recognized and they've been respectful. If you dress like that to go to any country, believe me, nobody will start attacking you or nobody will start playing that racist card to you. But imagine you dress, you're putting on dress like me here now.
let him
You
finish.
walk through, my brother, the first thing they'll be looking, what's going on with this man? Is he sure he knows his direction? That's where people can start pulling you aside, calling
But
you.
engineer, we never said anything about dressing. I dress like the locals.
It wasn't even about the dressing. It's let me tell you one thing, and then you tell me if something you've ever picked up. You know, in your first encounter with anybody, it's always a split moment decision, just in the build up to that encounter, and that decision, is that the person that you are making is the person is thinking, should I defer to this person? Should I treat this person with deference, with equality, or to subordinate them? So they look at you just to try and weigh you up very quickly. But then it is in that moment that you assert yourself, So whilst they're trying to make that decision, you assert yourself and you make that decision for them. And that is authority. And that is courage. And that is confidence.
Yeah, that's fact. That's fact. There's no argument about that, man. The first thing when people see the question they ask within themselves is this person important or not? And the moment you assert yourself, you present you speak with confidence, you show that level of confidence.
You take that decision from them, and you
exactly.
So that's it now. So that's
you have to, and also as one engineer said, the way you dress as well. But what we are saying is, what we are saying is that now go and live in that environment, right? Now they're used to you're living up. That's what we are saying on a day-to-day interaction with them. They don't want your presence. Now they know that you're a black man. They don't want your presence. Period.
Well,
No, in some of the places where you get jobs, good jobs, they are predominantly white neighborhoods. So when you're working in those places and you're living in that, you must be forced to live in that neighborhood. But the way living in that neighborhood, you will find that the color of the skin is a problem to certain kind of people who have never seen people of your kind before. That's what I'm saying. And in the club, they don't even know that some of the songs, like Davido's song with Chris Brown, they don't even know that is your countryman playing song there. But they're playing that song and they're enjoying it. They don't know. As I was saying, an important musician came here. He was lodged in a hotel, and the hotel people were impolite the same way. He came from all the way from another country. So it was the next day, they now played his song, and they were now asking, oh, is this guy? Oh, is this guy? That is the thing I'm telling you. That they have this mentality or against black people, but the Afro beat has taken us into them where we couldn't even get to before.
The way
no, it doesn't buttress it.
No,
It's
hold
not
on,
the it's not a matter of talking.
Hold on, X0. Let's hear from D. Yeah.
What X0 is saying is still buttressing one man's point, like the way you address. Then I think secondly, your mindset. Then on the other hand, Mike has a point too. When it comes to now going into places is different in now staying in some neighborhoods. Some neighborhoods, That will be pure racism, and they don't like you regardless of how you dress or you don't dress. How you
Yeah.
now dress or your mindset might not be able to make them really do it directly to you, but you as the person, you can sense it. And where it won't affect you is now your own mindset. How you now deal with it now boils down to your mindset. So everybody's kind of right. So, but it has how it works with each other. And I think majority of the issue is just mindset for the black man, because you get to some places, even you entering, they will respect you, they will look at you, how you dress and all that. But if your mindset is not stable, now affect how you deal with it. But when you start having
D, they say you have to be white in the workplace. Do you know what that means?
Yeah.
You have to be white in the workplace.
How you dress, you have to dress.
You have to behave in a white man standard.
Yeah, exactly, that kind of thing.
Not
Which
to
is
in a white man
bullshit, man.
standard, not to the white man standard, but don't go to a workplace and act black. You know what that means? You can't go and be acting black.
That's like I have
what
an
is
example.
acting black? Can you explain?
I was working
you know what it means. I
I
don't
was
have to
working with
explain
a
that. You live
pharmaceutical
it.
company.
I don't believe it. This is propaganda that's been spread over the years. That a black man is just negative
I'm telling
and a
you.
white man is positive.
There is
And that's
this lady.
rubbish.
Let
And
me
let me tell you one
buttress.
fact.
Let
One
me
man,
make
when you
it.
live
I
around
think
when you live
one man
in
has a
Hold
point
on,
there
Mike.
too.
Hold on.
One man has a point there too. Sometimes some of our black people do a lot of shit, which is why what even shape some of the white people's mind on how black people are. Like, for example, I was doing a contract job with some pharmaceutical company. So there is this lady that is Nigerian. So I got to know she was Nigerian. So we used to say hello to each other during lunchtime and all that, or tea time and all that shit. So, but she will come. I think she's from maybe East. She will come, bring food with stockfish when everybody is eating sandwich and having a cup of
And
tea.
stink up the
And
whole
you are
place
there
with your egusi nonsense.
warming your
really?
stockfish
Because
in the
you want to be
microwave.
authentic.
The whole
Okay.
cafeteria is smelling of fish. Then you see everybody looking at her. So
But if an Indian bring their curry fish,
when they're looking at her,
Mike.
they are looking at you too. They are looking
So
at you too.
me being a black man, I'm already thinking, why are my people always disappointing me?
You know,
you can eat this thing
You see now,
so your
just listen to
traditional
that.
food is rough.
and they can't even, and they
listen
won't
to
even
that.
eat with their mouth closed. Why don't
Just
black
listen to that.
Nigerians eat with their
So I
mouth
think
closed?
that's where being a white
There's a
man.
real problem. There's a
I
real
don't believe
problem
that's being a
here,
white man.
man. That's not being a white man. There's a real problem here. The
No,
problem
that's
you guys
not
are
a
not
perfect
understanding.
No,
example.
I'm just
exactly.
using that as a point
Yeah.
too.
But
No,
one
that was
man,
a
are you saying they don't
okay.
have white illiterates? Are you saying they don't have white illiterates?
No.
They do. They have a lot of their.
Hold
We call them
on.
white trash here in America.
You still don't get it.
We call them white trash. They behave more jacked up than anybody. But when they walk in a space, no one is looking at them as they're acting white or acting black. They just call them trash.
Do you know
But
that?
when a black person acts trash, they will say
Hold
it's
on,
being
forget
black.
all that. We all know that. Do you know that as a black person, you have to work twice as hard to even get half the credit?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
because the moment you falter a little bit, they immediately make the attribution to your race to say, yes, we understand.
You're making my point. Thank you.
Yeah, but that is
They
the
make
thing there.
attribution to black man's race when he does something wrong. But they don't make the attribution to the white man's race when he does something wrong.
But you know that that's already in play. So that's
you accept that it's not being black, so you know better. So why you
hold on, please. At the same time, some countries are still backward. The likes of UK and America are advanced. I'm telling you the truth. Socially, you are advanced socially. You're more advanced than
America is not advanced. I'm sorry. I live in America. Ask Alexander Gomez. Ask any Nigerian that live in America. The white Americans are behind.
You really? Okay, well,
I'm telling you.
I think they're more worse planned. You know, UK, Canada, and America are better than most of these other European countries. Forget economy. It's not about economy.
No, they are not better than the Scandinavian countries. They are not better than the most advanced countries are the Scandinavian countries.
Economic wise, no, but not socially. When it comes to socially, yes.
America socially are behind the world, man. I'm telling you.
Sweden is well ahead of both the UK and
woman, I will tell you how behind America is.
It's ahead in so many areas, but when you can still sit in the train. I'm telling you, let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you.
Don't worry about
Let
the
me
truth.
tell you now. Let me tell you now. Let me tell you now. There are some advances and there are some backwardness. In the train, you still sit. A black man sits in the train, and the white man doesn't sit close to him and sit where there's already another person sitting, just not to
No,
sit with
that's
him.
not true. That's not true.
But you need to ask some other person. Why am I even arguing with you? Why am
No,
I
that
arguing
is
with you?
that is
I
not
don't have to.
true.
I don't have to argue with you because you
No,
don't
no,
live here, man. You can speak for yourself.
No. That is what you've actually said is not true.
Yeah.
It
What?
is not. It is not true.
But
I'm
one
telling
man, you
you.
don't live in where he lives now, so you can't say it's not true.
Where do you live, one man?
No,
Where
one
do
man,
you
that
live,
is
one man? Where do
possible.
you live?
It can
No.
even happen in the UK.
Where do you
That
live,
can
one
even
man? Where
happen
do
in
you
the
live,
UK.
one man? Where do you live, one
One
man?
man lives in London.
Hold on. What you said is not true. Because
You're speaking for yourself.
Can you let me land? What you have said is not true because the whole European experience with a black person is centuries deep. And there's been decades and generations of black people living in most European countries. And they avail the social amenities of those countries as well. Yes, there are instances where somebody will move because a black man is sitting next to them, or an Arab or something. But that's a small sect of of um of population. But the general mass, they
It's
will
not
sit
small sense.
wherever. So it's not
One man, I will not
norm.
argue. I
It's
will
not
not argue with you because
One man, you are wrong on
you
this one.
don't know the nuances. I'm not
Yeah,
saying that
I
they
do
will
know the
stand up where I'm
nuances.
not saying they will stand up when a black man sits. I'm saying once the black man sits, he'll be there. The white man sits with the white man, or somewhere where there's another white man.
I don't know
That's
what
just the
picture
truth.
you are painting, but
You
it doesn't
don't know
go
it.
here.
That's what I'm saying. You don't know. If
No,
you
no,
live
you.
there, you
I'm
can
not.
see.
Don't worry about that. I don't. It's not.
But one man, do you
Oh
agree with
my
me that
god! Oh my god!
in those European countries, in the rural part of those countries, the blacks don't
Are you
exist
doing?
there?
Are you doing Radio Biafra again, X0?
Oh my god! I
This
think
is the thing.
you have to make more friends outside UK. Period. Then you can get back. My friend just left here. He's living in the UK now, and he can now smile again. He almost had depression because of certain things. Yes, I'm not saying the whole of Scandinavia. Of course, the cities are more brighter, but when you move to the hinterlands, you find people who have not seen a lot of blacks who are not happy that black people are coming in. But the same countries have a good integration policy. Don't get me wrong. That's what I'm telling you. They are putting in efforts. But I'm telling you, there are also areas where they are not doing well. The people.
Yeah, but you
So,
try
but
to
don't tell me.
paint you try to paint it as the norm, and it
No,
is not
I
the
didn't paint it
norm.
as a norm. That's what you are saying. I'm telling you, I told you, when you go to predominantly white areas where there are more jobs, you find most of these things that look, as a black man, you're not entirely, welcome.
One man, you know those people,
That's
they
what
are
I'm telling
constantly
you.
being fed Discovery Channel. They show
Yeah,
Africa on TV in a
yeah.
very
These
bad
places
light.
are not,
So their
they are not
picture, their
yet.
image of black man in their
And
mind is very
yes,
bad.
yes, the image
No,
of black man is about
no,
It's about negativity.
not in Scandinavian, especially not in
Well,
Sweden.
they don't show.
Not in
Have you lived there?
no,
Nobody said it's come on,
man.
a norm. Nobody says
I
it's
know
a
a lot
norm.
of I know a lot.
Nobody is
Well,
saying
you
it.
have to live there, man. I can't say you know one or two
Half
people.
of my
What are you
boys,
even
half of
saying?
my boys live there. Let me
No, your
call
boys are not telling you the truth.
they are not telling me the truth.
They are
No,
not
what
telling
we
you the
need
truth.
to
You're not
understand
asking.
there's no place that they don't have the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Even Africa, we are racist, man. When people come, go they sing. When people
Exactly.
Even Nigerians are
everybody
racist
racist.
among themselves.
Listen,
All right, hold on. Let's hear from engineer. Yeah.
in Africa, I believe it's only Nigerians that can accommodate their own fellow Africans. Because if you travel to some part of other Africans, their race is more than the white people. That's for sure, 100% guarantee. And something we need to understand what ORJI said earlier on regarding the kind of food we ate. And somebody will bring so this. My current job that I'm doing right now, I do maintenance engineer, and I was sent to go to a hotel near airport in Birmingham here, and the manager there didn't know I'm from origin of Nigeria. When I got there, he said to me, "Oh, I should come that he needs to tell me something. I said, what happened? He showed me one room that for quarantine of anybody coming into England. And he said, do you know what happened? I said, go on. He said, there's these people, this couple from Nigeria, and they brought fresh food, fresh meat, fresh fish, and they left it in their room. That the level of how the room is stink, they have to call this animal pest company for them to come and take that fish away from that room, because the level of the stink in that room is even coming out of the room, affecting some other rooms. So I was just busy laughing off my head. I said to him, well, fair enough. I think it's part of their culture, is the food. Maybe they didn't put it in order. But the issue is the basic things. I'm from Nigeria as well. So he was like, really? I go, yeah, I'm from Nigeria. So I have to be honest with you. Maybe the food is not well cooked, or it's not well organized. You know, they didn't put it in package. You go, but this, you know, he's just trying to make things, you know. But
let me interject.
Nigerians should not really be amongst civilized people, because
wait, one man. The thing is this. You know, you cannot say because you met. It wasn't not engineer, but the person that made that comment about some Nigerian people bringing stockfish to eat. Okay, fine. The lady brings stockfish to eat because she wants to eat a traditional food, and because she brings stockfish to eat and it smells. So because of that lady, you now deduct that, okay, you're going to now treat all black people you interact with a certain way. What kind of sense is that?
No,
so
that's
one man, wait.
That's not the point.
The point I'm making is this. No, the point I'm making is this. The point I'm making is, you hear people a lot of times, especially Nigerians. I don't know what's wrong with us. You hear us making excuses for racist behavior.
Exactly.
Someone is racist.
That's not.
And you will hear
Let's be
inferiority complex.
You will hear Nigerians saying,
there are some Nigerians
wait,
that don't
one
like the
man, I
smell
am
of
telling you, I've
stockfish.
experienced this thing. So because someone is cooking stuff, it's still what? I've entered workplaces where people are putting bacon in the microwave and it smells. Not everybody likes the smell of
bacon.
No, everybody likes the
so
smell
what?
of bacon.
When Indian people bring
not
their food,
everybody
Indian
likes
people,
the
their
smell
food
of
they
bacon.
smell like curry.
Stockfish, man.
Nobody
Come
they
on
talk.
now.
Why would I go to
Come
work
on.
and go to work with eba and egusi and
What's
stockfish
wrong with
that
It's not
in
your
my
food.
food
Is
that
it
will
not
smell
wrong with
everywhere?
going to work
Why
with
can't
eba?
I wait? You can still bring something
Eba
like
is cassava.
spaghetti,
There's
your
nothing
fried
wrong with
meat.
going to
spaghetti?
work.
You
Are
cook
you
it.
are you
You
Igbo
can
man? You
bring
chop
your rice
spaghetti.
and
I can bet
egusi
you this,
and a meat and eat it.
one man,
Don't come
I
to
can
work
bet you
when
this.
You
other
have to
people
do
don't
I can
know
bet
what
you
Igbo
it
this.
standard.
smells like,
If
what it's smelling, and you bring it
people,
and
Hold on,
microwave
let's
in the
hear from D.
canteen
Let's hear
and
from D
chase
again.
everybody out of the canteen
if
because the smell
Oyinbo
is
people,
horrible.
Hold on,
Some
let's hear
people in
from D.
Nigeria
I go
don't
say
even like the
Nigerian food
smell of
smell horrible.
stockfish.
Come on now.
horrible smell of
Let's
fish
hear.
is
Let's hear from D, please. Let's hear from D. D, land your point. Make that point
My
again.
point is, even we, some Nigerians, don't even like that smell of stockfish because sometimes it can be irritating to some people. So if you are going to a workplace, if you can't go with your sandwich and you want to eat your native food by force, that you can go back home and eat, it's just tea time, they call it. So you can easily take maybe your rice. Why do I even need to go to work with solid food? I don't get it.
Look
All
at
these
what
things.
look
you
at
are
what
free to
Greg.
eat whatever dish you want at your workplace.
Hold on. Look. What do you mean? This
You are
is
free to eat
It's a
whatever
workplace,
dish you
man.
want at
hold
your
on. This was the
workplace.
Showere argument that we had yesterday, that is entitled to go and attend Kanu's because it is his
Exactly.
right.
Why must
Because
it
it's
be
your right
entitled to
doesn't mean
that?
you have to exercise it.
It
Listen
is
to
food.
Hold on. Listen to what Greg is saying. My Niger friend at work, brother, he brought a bar and a goosey to work one day, and all the white people left the canteen. You see, why do you even do that?
Maybe there is
What
Iru
is
and
wrong with
stockfish and
eba
everything,
and
and the whole thing is
egusi?
smelling.
And then he's
Wait,
doing
one man, wait.
like
One man, wait.
like
Let me
some
land this
zoo
plane.
creature.
Let me land this plane. So
don't do that.
Wait, what is wrong with eba and egusi? There is absolutely
Nothing is wrong with
egusi.
it.
Wait, let me finish.
You
can
go
finish, my
to
friend. Let me
a
finish. When you are
secretariat
making your
office
point, I
in
didn't interrupt
Abuja,
you.
in
When you are
Lagos,
making
in
your point, I
Oyo,
did
in
not interrupt you.
Ibadan,
Let me finish
and go
what I'm
and
saying.
eat your eba and
Let
egusi.
me
Then
finish
nobody
what
will
I'm saying.
complain. They will
Let me
understand
finish what I'm
it.
saying.
It's
Let me finish what
ridiculous.
I'm saying. Let me expose your colonial mentality.
Look at
That is not colonial mentality, my guy.
There's
Forget
colonial
it.
mentality.
Forget
It's
it.
Saying
You
that
colonial
don't
they
know where I
shouldn't
mentality.
bring.
work. You don't
They're
know
saying
where I
that they
work.
shouldn't
So
bring
forget
African
it.
food to
It's
come and
really
eat their
colonial.
workplace.
It's colonial
Can I
mentality.
say
Colonial
colonial?
about that.
Colonial
Colonial
they are saying how
There
can
are
you bring
some
it into
food.
food
There are
because
some
of
food white people, white
guys.
people
bitter
themselves won't
melon
bring to
seeds.
work
Bitter
Okay,
because
melon,
it's work.
that's egusi.
hold on. Let's hear from engineer who has the floor.
Please, if you're saying colonial mentality, let me just give you a tips what happened in Heathrow now. If you are coming from Africa, if you want to catch the coach National Express, if you're from Africa, if you have any foodstuff, that bus won't take you. Do you know why? Because people complained that the fish or whatever Africans they bring, the smell affects their own luggage to the stage some people they said they throw up. So are you telling me it's colonial mentality?
But that's a
Well,
different argument. That's a different
that's totally
argument.
different. Totally
You are
different.
carrying fish. Everybody eat fish all over the world. So if you are carrying fish smells, of course. So if a white man too is taking fish, transporting fish, it's going to smell too. So it has nothing to do with being African. It's just that they are transporting food, and of course, typically people who don't transport food through that route. Of course, maybe you are the only one transporting food.
You are
So
going
that's a different
to
case. But the argument we are making here is the actual. Wait, 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 wait.
Hold on,
No, no,
hold
no,
on,
no, no.
hold
Anybody,
on,
even a
hold
white man that
on,
wants
hold
to
on.
transport.
the same
Let me
thing.
land.
Let
That's not my point.
engineer land.
Hold on. You didn't even let engineer land. Let engineer land, and then let's hear from D, and then we hear from Mike. So let's have a bit of
So back to what I was saying.
So
When you talk
engineers, Egusi and Eba at Barclays Bank head office. Is that behavior?
it's like you're playing with your job then.
Yeah.
It's like you're playing with your job. Let's be realistic to ourselves. You understand? They employ you there, you work there, and at the end of the day, you see the kind of food these people they eat. Their food don't stink. Their food don't stink. That's something you need to educate yourself. But if you're coming out with your food, you know your food stinks. Your food can smell
All
nice.
food stink. All food smell.
Hold on.
Every
The interpretation
Let
of the
him
smell
land.
of food is
You
subjective.
understand? So it
Let
depends
him
on
land.
the food you cook at the end of the day. Like I said, I'll repeat myself again to you to understand. You were being employed to work in a bank, and during the lunchtime, you see that you were there first, second time, the food they gave you, the food those people they eat don't stink. So
It smells.
you
It's
have
just
to
a
use
culture clash, man.
your own
Culture
common
clash.
sense. Is you
You
just have to use
know
your
very
common
quickly
sense.
they will say the smell of your food is smelling on their clothes.
Exactly.
They
You
will say,
understand?
oh,
Come on,
when I
let me
got
know when it's
home.
my turn to talk.
One man, there's
So I can
something
debunk
called
all these things.
ethnocentrism. It is believed that their culture is superior to yours.
No,
They
no, no,
That is not
inherently,
belief.
There's nothing like
Let me
my
tell
friend, be
you
culture
quiet.
is
something.
It is
superior.
they inherently
when in
believe these
Rome,
things.
no,
They
One man.
inherently believe these
no,
things. So when they
Hold on,
when you're
man.
in Rome, don't act like a Chinese man.
no,
Act
does the
as the
white man come
Romans
to
do.
Nigeria? Okay, so if
When
a
you're
white
in
man was
Honestly,
Rome,
working,
act like the
Why,
Romans
one
do.
man, have you ever
if
seen a Chinese man eating another type of food somewhere
thank you.
else?
But
Yes,
he won't take a food
yes,
that
No, it
smells
won't,
to
it
Every
won't,
other
work
yes,
country
for
comes
and
with
it
other
their
won't
own
take
people.
it
food,
to the
but
He will
canteen
Africans
eat
and
it
can't.
in
take
his
it out to the
house.
place.
He has a
But
house.
yeah, let's hear from D. Yeah.
You have a house. Even in these cafeterias we go to, when you enter the cafeterias, there is probably even food to buy there. Then you see the shelf, you see crepes, you see the tea table where you can prepare yourself tea and all that. They prepare all that for you there because they know you are at work. You just need something to nibble on and go back to work, not somewhere to come and sit down and start eating. If you want to take food, take Nigerian food, but don't take the food that you will put in the microwave. The whole place will be smelling. That's what I'm saying. Even in Nigeria, there are some Nigerians that don't like the smell of the stockfish. In honest
Okay,
truth,
What
there are
nation
some
stuff?
people that
What
don't know
stuff
about it.
smell?
And this is a
One
workplace.
my after
Why do
G,
you
let me
want to pay?
Imagine
Want
you're very correct,
taking
my brother. Very,
Iru.
very correct.
You know Iru now, taking Iru to
Don't let us be
council
deceiving
office.
ourselves. If I work in
one man, let me go after G. Let me
secretariat,
talk after
Odawa,
G.
secretariat or your state, secretariat inside Fiditi, Igbo is saying, if I take my pando and everything, everybody know what I'm eating. It's different from when you are working in somewhere where there is crepes, it's tea time. They call it tea time, tea break.
Jesus have
Just drink a
mercy.
cup of tea, go back to work. They are not
Be
expecting you
eating
to even sit
Iru
down and
and
be eating and be
stockfish.
eating.
The
You will
British
see
did a
Igbo
good
will
job on
come to
us.
the
That's
work,
all I have
you
to
will
say.
bring salad.
They did a
You
good
cook and
job.
eat salad at that
All
time
right.
and get to your house and go and eat your whatever you want to eat, man.
Let's hear from Mike, who wants to
Telling me it's
defend the
colonial
Okay,
mentality.
indefensible.
let me
He
break
wants to be
something out
taking
today.
Iru to
Okay,
Deloitte and Touche.
okay, listen. ask anybody that live in the US, right? Like the largest Nigerian community in United States is Houston, Texas. So the Texas itself, so they know us here. And in Texas here, the most successful ethnic group, guess who they are? Nigerians. We are ranked as the top, number one. And in Texas here, we are viewed as elite. The elites of Texas are Nigerians. Even everybody, when you're in Nigeria, they expect you to be well. Ask Alexander Gomez will tell you. In Houston here, when you're Nigerian, they expect you're successful. Everybody knows that successful people here. Now, guess what? When you bring Nigerian food, everybody wants to try it. Even white people, they come to Nigerian
No, they'll
restaurants.
try your jollof rice.
No. Everybody, if you ask them, they'll say, "I love Gusi." They will start telling you about, because they view us as
but not in the
higher
workplace.
echelon.
For
They
example,
don't.
I work somewhere.
Wait, let me land. Now it's my turn to speak now.
You guys, let him finish.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
When
my wife,
as part of the meal that even white people
Let
came to
Mike
let me land. Now it's my turn. Go talk to. Wait, make a land a beg. Now because now they stay for one place, say no record, no respect to them. Now they come here. Yeah,
that
over
doesn't
here.
mean they don't respect you. You have to
When I
behave
bring
in a way they will
Nigerian food
respect you.
to work
You can't
among my
be
Igbo
talking
people.
anyhow. Mike, you come here and talk anyhow all the time. You need to watch your word with me.
One
Don't
man,
come
can you
here and
please?
be
One man,
But
can
if
you
you
have
are
this guy
cutting to
quiet?
my, this is my ground to talk. They cut my, they cut me.
Can this guy be quiet, please?
Yeah, well, that includes you as well. So let's hear from Mike.
Yeah.
And then
So
after Mike, I want to hear from Ife,
the company I used to work, all the top managers, we all Nigerians. You understand, all of us, top people. When we bring our food there, the employees, all of them come to us. They say they want to learn how to eat it. They want to learn about it. And they will taste even the first I don't like it.
Yeah, but that's a black environment.
And they will tell us to bring.
Thank you,
No,
Jare.
no, it's not black. Oh, no, this is not black. Oh, no. This I'm talking about Indian, white, Chinese, everybody. Because
but that's still a black environment.
they respect us, because they have respect for us as being this successful group of people, intelligent group of people. So because of that respect, they also figure how to respect everything about us, our dressing, our food, our everything.
Hold on, Mike.
Wait, one man. Let me land.
No, let me
Okay,
put
hold
you
me
a
in
point.
space. Let's go.
If you worked at Deloitte and Touche with Giovanni, the Italian whiz kid that's just been brought in, and Igor, the guy from Russia, and Stevenson, a whole bunch of them from Sweden, and then you are all gathered at lunchtime, you being one of the 2-3 black people in a body of about 50, then you whip up your Iru and stockfish, and you'll be munching on a bar.
In Houston?
No, forget to Houston, in Deloitte and
No,
Touche.
my point is about your environment.
You'll be eating your stockfish in Deloitte and Touche.
I will.
Where's Deloitte and Touche? Where is that in Europe? I don't know.
No,
Yes,
it's an international house now.
One man,
But if it's here where I live, once they know I'm a Nigerian, and whatever it is that they don't understand, they'll come up to me and try to learn it, because they have so much respect for us. You understand? They have so much respect for us.
Whoever is the first top.
I am not going to hide to eat my traditional food. I will not hide.
Listen, I've worked in company here where I went and showed my Naija food, and the white people. They came up to me. And they wanted to try it. They didn't tell me I'm walking away from me. Let me make my point, please. They didn't say, we are all living in the canteen because this African guy brought the food. They came to me and said they want to try it. They want to try the food and understand, learn about it, because they have respect for me.
Which
one?
Naija food.
Which one be Naija food?
Amala gongon.
You are a liar.
It's jollof rice. They want to try Naija food. They told me to bring some because of my status, because of the respect they have for me. They didn't say, we are working out here because this dirty African is here. But in Europe, it's because they don't respect you. That's why anything you bring up, they will not respect it. You understand? So it depends on the environment. It has nothing to do with the food. It's just it's how they view you. The way they view you is the way they will view your culture. The way they will view your food. Let me land now. Let me land.
In a place where the manager, the
secretary, let me land.
From Nigeria.
The people will react to your
food. Let other people talk something else.
But let me finish. I can't finish now because you keep interrupting. The people will react to your food, your culture, on it based on how they respect, how they feel about you. If they don't respect you, there's nothing you bring there that they will respect.
My
But if
neighbors,
they have
I make
respect
them
for you,
jollof rice.
no matter what you
I
bring,
won't make them
they will
amala and
find a way to
stockfish.
try
I
to
will
learn
not
and
to them
understand
that.
it and figure out to respect it. Here, everybody come, white people come to Nigerian restaurant to eat egusi, to eat
Yes,
Nigerian food
that's
because
different.
they
That's
have learned,
different.
they
Because
have
it's
respect for
black
Nigerians and
environment.
they have come to learn about our
No,
culture,
forget
our
all
food,
that. You're
and they
missing the
respect
point.
us. But when you guys live in one yaya place
All
in
right.
Europe
Thank
where they
you.
don't
Thank
respect
you.
you start
In
believing that
England
we
is
are
a
in
yeah
Europe.
place.
You just talk, Mike. You don't even
You come here
Settle
talking
down.
colonial stuff, man. Come on here.
Settle down.
shush,
But
man.
hold on. The next voice I want to hear is mine. But Mike, you seem to have this peculiar talent for winding people up. Even D, who hardly ever talks, you wound him up. You know, this is the first time I've ever heard this guy lose his temper, and it's you, Mike. Anybody
I've
that loses
always
it,
followed the program
you.
and I know how he is. You are not making
All
sense
right.
at all. We
All
are
right.
talking in a
No,
different
but
direction.
D, I
Later, no
disagree
make
with
sense.
you
What
too.
you
D,
need
I
to
disagree with
understand,
you
D.
on this one.
Telling me if I
All
live
right.
in Europe. Do you know where I live? Because you live in the States.
D,
I wasn't
All
even
right.
talking to you, sir. I
D.
wasn't even
All
referring
right.
to you. I'm just
All
talking
right.
to
I
people that were in
disagree
the
with
Mike,
you
colonial
on
on
this
that
just
point.
one.
shush.
All
Let
right.
other people talk. Shush your mouth.
Thank you,
I
everyone.
beg,
Don't tell
man.
him to
I
shush.
beg.
That's somewhat but thank you, everyone. The next I want to hear from is Ife, who will just land it for us because he has that capacity. So Ife, I've built you up to you.
The truth is, for every situation, in every setting, there is way you're expected to portray yourself. You portray yourself with regards to the values of your company. Like engineer said, I'm very sure when the engineer was posted to Birmingham, he did not put on Agbada to Birmingham. Neither did he put on what's it called, rapper like Benin people. You understand? So
Engineer.
every company has
What do you
You see, this is why I want to hear from Ife. Ife has the capacity to break things down. So
Whoa. So our break.
engineer, you wear rapper there?
No way.
The only rapper that engineer has is woman rapper. We know it's a woman rapper, but yeah, Ife carry on.
So our tea breaks during work is for us to eat something that will still keep us active. All this bar amalayan that we are talking about, when you eat them, it's almost 60 or 70% you are going to sleep.
God bless you. It's just direct.
let's be realistic. The highest you will be able to take as a Nigerian.
But if I want to disagree with you there.
No, it depends on your work.
Let him land.
Sorry,
I want to
Adane
hear
Koko,
from you.
let him land because we've not heard from Ife for a long time.
Adane
So, yeah.
Koko, if you are in the office and you eat a bar, you are going to feel dizzy at some point.
No, hold on.
But if you are working, let's say if you are working as a masonry now outside, you are into construction. I understand.
Yeah, Ishe yes.
You excuse yourself. You work.
I want to agree with you that if you eat too much, you will be feeling sleepy. But if you just eat a little bit, just a little portion of it, that can carry you on.
Where I don't agree.
And by the way, it's
on my
carbs,
right.
it's carbohydrates
my
that
right.
make you sleepy. It's not EBA, it's carbohydrates.
EBA.
So if you eat carbohydrates. So if you eat a lot of pasta, if you eat a lot of rice, you will fall sleepy. It's not African food that makes you sleepy.
Oh my God,
It's
blame
not
African
African
food.
food that makes you sleepy. It is carbs that makes you sleepy.
On my own
So that is not
right.
a rationale. That is not a rationale
hold on.
to now say.
Let's hear from Ife now.
One man, you're not letting me talk, Sha. Everybody else is getting a chance to
you've
talk.
spoken, but Ife
No, I
has
interjected.
been,
You haven't given me the floor to at least speak my
okay,
mind.
you go after Ife, but I really want to hear from Ife because he has a peculiar way of looking at things, which is always interesting.
So where I will not agree is on my rice. I can take my bitter leaf soup. I can take my egusi on it. You understand?
What about Iru? Will you take Iru?
No,
and stockfish.
No, I'm not an Iru fan. No. I'm not.
One man, if I say now, you say I've talked.
I'm not a Iru
What
fan.
What is Iru doing in this discussion now?
We're talking about homely food now. We're talking about
Food that smells.
Must we carry Iru to the office? Iru or stockfish? Must we take stockfish to the office?
and
We have
then
good
you
food.
go back to your desk and you'll be farting and stinking of the you stink of the canteen. You stink of the canteen.
So when you go food, then they mess. When you know they mess, abi. Now only black they mess. You don't come home.
It is one man that is confusing us because we keep using Iru. Must we eat Iru in the office?
No, we're talking about smelly food.
Is jollof rice not our food? Is jollof rice not our food?
That is it. You can
Can't
go.
we eat jollof rice?
That is
That's it.
What
And I
about
make
porridge
a
yam?
point. Even
that is
the
civilized.
chef at my workplace made jollof rice and put on the menu one day, and other people eat it. He said, "Yeah, you are from Nigeria. There's a jollof rice. How do you cook it?" I said, "Go on YouTube. You see how you cook it." And he put it on the menu. And he told me next Friday I'm going to put it on the menu. And he put it on the menu. But he won't go and start cooking stockfish and all those rubbish.
Gregory, you know.
You now get like if you actually eat on the head. If you work in a construction, you might take your food and go and warm inside one container where there is microwave and heater, and go and be eating outside and eat your thing. But if you are wearing suit, wearing tie, or you now go, you are eating amala.
Okay, let me put this to Ife, and this is a serious question. We're not talking essentially about eating Nigerian food. This is why I said you have to tailor yourself to the environment that you're in. You have to, and not try. Yes, you can introduce some dynamism of your personality and culture, but not to the extremes of it. So you are working in you're a Brit. So let's use a British example. You are working in Barclays in the city. A lot of it's a vast swathe of everybody. So the accounting can be a bit psychedelic. So you want to show culture. So you bring your jollof rice, which is an international food, by the way. It's got just everybody on the planet knows. So you bring your jollof rice, and then they say, that looks nice, and then they take a spoon. So that's fine. But would you take stockfish and Iru to Barclays headquarters and a bar and a goosey because you want to assert that you're African and it is your right? Is this something you would do, Ife?
Nobody mentioned that Iru. It's only you that is mentioning
Hold
Iru
on
here.
now. Hold on.
Okay.
We know you love Iru now, so we are using you as the example.
You see, you want to bless us with Iru here. Nobody is talking about taking Iru to office. We're talking about eating our food, which is we have a surplus, abundant food we can eat anywhere in the world,
including Iru. What are you? What are you doing now? Why are you trying to diminish Iru? Is Iru not a staple?
Can you allow a zero to rest, please?
No, I don't know why.
One man has just been doing this in this evening, honestly.
It's only in Oyo that they eat the room, man.
It's from the creeks. It's from the creeks.
I'm lying, boy. You are laughing. So your people, they beat you Begiri. You are the only people that eat Begiri now.
One man think is everybody that grew up in Ibadan. So everybody must be eating Iru. So that's the idea of African food.
Do you eat Iru X0? Do you eat Iru?
No, I don't.
You don't?
I stopped eating stockfish because I have the problem with the smell too.
Look at that. Look at that.
Here we go.
There it is right there. There it is.
No, because my whole apartment will be smelling. Every culture has their own bad
so your apartment will be smelling.
His neighbor will come and beat him up.
Look at that. Because of your neighbors, you
have their own bad food. Do you know that during the Easter period,
you've exposed yourself. You've exposed yourself for X0.
I exposed myself how?
You cannot eat stockfish because the apartment will be smelling and you don't want to upset your neighbors.
I do
you are afraid of your neighbors to upset them.
Oh man, fish is not fish is everybody. Fish is everybody food now. When you go to chop fish too.
I keep it in my apartment.
Yeah, please come in. Yeah.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in.
No, you see, you know that our people here don't like pepper when you are cooking it in the house. Whenever I'm using my own pepper,
they call it curry, don't they? Yeah.
No, because they say
not pepper.
Pepper, they don't like it.
It's strong.
I normally tell them, please, I want to cook my pepper. I just need to eat it. Just go into your room, close the door.
You say permission to eat in his own home. You see, this is it now.
Yes, now.
No, he say he's living in a shared apartment, so he tells his neighbors to go in.
So if that is the case, then how is it different in the workplace?
Exactly. He even asked for permission. So you now take food that will smell to the cafeteria and workplace where everybody's sitting down to have their break, to chill, and have a cup of tea and nip on a biscuit. You are now starting to say it's colonial mentality. Is this? Is that?
G, which kind of food smells? Tell us the kind of food that smells.
When you take your eba and an egusi to the office to assert your independence, do you then betray it by eating it with a fork? How do you eat it?
No,
hold on. So this is to exile.
Yeah, that's on that.
So you take your eba and egusi to office to assert your culture and independence. Do you then betray that eba and egusi by using a fork to eat it?
Yeah, I use a fork, of course.
You use a fork. Then what is the point? What do you see? Look at the hypocrisy. Look at the hypocrisy. Look at the hypocrisy.
For one, I don't take
hypocrisy. Why will we be eating about with
for one, I don't take about
you have to eat it with your hand now.
It doesn't have to. It doesn't matter how you eat it. As long as you eat it.
Look at the hypocrisy.
To be honest, I don't take eba to the office. But when I did eat eba in the office, I use the fork.
And by the way, we've heard you eating in work before, Xero. You've never gone past fried rice and chicken. 2-3 times we've heard you eating, and we've asked you what you're eating, and it's always jollof rice and chicken. So look at the hypocrisy.
One man, can I ask you a question?
This guy.
This is Ajale Kuko need to talk.
Yeah, let's hear from Ajale.
One man, let me ask you a question. If you are the boss at the workplace, if you are the boss at the workplace, you are your gapata for there, right? They don't promote you as a manager, general manager, and you are hungry for egusi and eba. So you will say you won't eat it because your junior employees won't like it.
Listen to yourself. How can you go to work and talk you're hungry of eba?
When you have your guard there
at work,
I would eat it, but
so you've been hungry of eba and egusi from home.
Let one man talk. Answer one man.
The question doesn't make sense, mate.
Well, then shut up. I didn't ask you. Ask one man.
Don't tell people to shut up now, Mike.
That's not discipline, man.
No, hold on. You are talking about discipline. You are talking about
doesn't make sense. That question. So
how can you say it doesn't make sense? One man answer my question.
He's hungry from home, going to work.
One man tell you small boy, you are too emotional.
Mike, no, settle down with the language now. I've told you. You see, you've upset somebody now. But to your question directly, if I was hungry for eba and egusi, then I would go to the local Nigerian restaurant nearby and have it there.
No, one man answer my question. No, if you have it, if you brought it with you to work and you are hungry for it, no. Let's say you have no other place to eat it. You are your guy at that place.
You go to his car.
You have your food. You don't have time to go somewhere else. Your wife brought it to you there. You have it there. You need to eat.
Then I will
and you are very hungry. So you will tell me because your junior employees,
my wife won't
they don't like it.
To me at work, and I can't be living.
You want to impress them?
Hungry of eba already. I know that when I get to work, I'll be hungry of eba and egusi. So let me take eba and
egusi. You get colonial mentality. I just want to know one man answer. That's what I need to know. One man answer my question, please.
Yeah. I've answered it. I'll eat it in the car.
No. So you are saying you won't eat in front of your employees?
No, I wouldn't want to stink out the place just out of respect for the people that I work with.
One man.
Do they think about you when they warm their own food up?
No. Come on. That's colonial. I'm disappointed, woman. That's colonial mentality.
Let me explain
something. They will extend me the same.
One man, let me explain something.
You have to respect when you don't respect you. That's colonial mentality.
Oyinbo people, they don't even eat Danish cheese, blue cheese in the office in often instances.
That's not true.
They will eat in front of you, woman. They will say because of you, because of black man, they won't eat their own food.
Let me tell you something, one man.
They don't try to meet your standard. They don't give a shit about you. So why should you give a shit about them?
They don't give a shit about you, but they give a shit.
One man, can I get my turn, please?
About form.
Down at their problem, man. If I'm their guy, I won't chop my eba. I go chop them. They don't like. I go fire all them.
One man, please let me respond to somebody that made a comment at the comment section. Jaja, I don't fall your hand. I didn't fall your hand. In my office,
you don't fall our hand, everybody.
We are predominantly Why? So I had to be a bit cautious. You understand? Not everybody understand. Not everybody. Only me, the black man in the whole building, start eating eba with my hand.
Oh,
You
look at
kind of,
that.
you know.
You have to
So
be a
I
bit
was a bit.
cautious because they are
No, I
white.
have to be. I have to be in the middle because, as we said, you cannot be in Rome and start acting like an African.
So
You
what
have to
is
be
your
in,
argument? What is your argument?
but the food is still African. The food is still African.
Jollof rice.
If anything at all, this conversation has exposed the fact that we're insecure about our own natural foods and our
No, we
things
are
that we
not.
stand on, because
We are
it has exposed it.
We are
That's
not.
inferiority complex.
You have to understand.
Because
Inferiority complex. That's what it is.
wait a
Inferiority
second.
complex.
One man,
What's
wait a
inferiority
second.
complex about that?
One man, can you tell your friend to be quiet, please? The
No.
thing is, the thing is,
You're not making
What is
sense.
it?
I can't keep quiet. You're not
Okay,
making sense.
hold on,
Premise,
D.
Ajani Koko needs to
Okay,
talk.
my friend, stop
hold on,
barking.
D.
Stop
It doesn't
barking.
make sense.
Hold on, everybody,
You're not
hold
making
on.
sense, man.
D, when I say everybody, that includes you. So I hear next from Ahizon, who wants to have a say, and then after Ahizon, I want Ajanle Koko to make sense of this ridiculousness for us. So
Then I
Ahizon
speak
first,
after
then
Ajale Koko, please.
Ajanle Koko. Yeah, good.
Egbondi, you don't hear. That means say
Leave
Kayake.
D alone. Leave D alone. Just
Keep your mouth quiet, please, as I dey talk.
Oh,
Okay.
don't do that.
My
now.
friend, you are dumb. You are dumb. If you are not dumb, you won't be talking like that. You are not making sense. You are not making sense.
All right.
Everybody eats this food. I eat this food. You can
I'm
go
going to,
and go get away.
I'm going to cool the two of you off. So let me cool the two of you off, and we hear
Ajale
from
Koko,
Adale
carry
Koko.
on, please.
Yeah, Adale Koko to you. Have we lost Adale?
Can I carry on?
Yeah. We're only talking about food, though. That you are dumb. You are dumb. I mean, what are we talking about? We're only having a light-hearted.
One man, why did you remove me? I was trying to make sure he doesn't.
The language was getting too rosy. But
I was
let's hear
trying
from
to make
Adale
sure he
Koko.
doesn't interrupt me.
No, just please now. Just help me now.
No wahala. Sorry, my brother. Sorry.
Okay, make Aizon talk now.
Okay, Aizon to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ajale Koko. Egbomi. Okay, so Woman, the point I'm making is this: I have worked in a lot of different companies in North America, in different states, and I will tell you this clearly: when woman no send, if they want to eat their whatever kind of food they want to eat, they will eat it at the same time, and they don't care. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. There was a lady that used to sit next to me. She would come and warm this breakfast up and come and sit at her desk and eat it every single day. And I saw it. I witnessed it. Listen, at the end of the day, your culture is your culture. It's unfair that we're picking the most, the food that has the strongest smells in our culture as an example for what you would eat. If at lunchtime I want to eat egusi and boiled yam, it's not anyone's problem. If I want to eat ukodo, which is unripe plantain cooked as porridge, it's not anyone's problem. As a matter of fact, it has a very good smell, and I can eat it anytime I want, in any office I want, with goat meat.
The food. You missed the conversation completely.
It is the strong smell.
It is the strong smell. That's what we're talking about.
You don't listen. You just talk and you're insulting me.
Can you see? One man, if I tell the boy to be quiet now, you go to say how they talk. You see what now they talk?
Okay, no vex.
See what now they talk? Okay. So what I'm saying is, it is not unfair that when you talk about eating African food in the workplace, you use the most extreme examples.
No, we're talking about smelling food.
Yeah,
one
man.
You are missing the point now.
No. Let me finish. They are using the most extreme example. And if you remember, the reason why this even became a discussion point was because my friend here was using the fact that a lady warmed African food in the office as the rationale for why white people should be behaving racist towards us. So what my point was...
No, it colors you in a certain way. It colors you in a certain way.
No, but my point is this. My point is this. If one Oyinbo man decides to eat blood sausage in front of me, it doesn't mean that I will now treat every Oyinbo person I see a certain way, because
missing the point.
No, I am not missing the point. That is what brought the interjection. And my point is that
it is not the exoticness of the food, it is the smell. That is what we're talking about.
But yes, listen to what you're saying.
That's why we're using Iru as an
Yeah,
example.
but you're saying it is the smell of the strongest smelling food in our culture.
Okay, so
Come on
would
now.
so would you
Come
then?
on now. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
If I eat suya at work, is that bad?
Suya is fine, but
Okay,
stay
you
where
see
you
what I'm
are.
saying?
No, stay where you are, because where you are is really where the conversation is, not anything that you've just said. You can have your boiled plantain with whatever, so long as it's not smelly food. It's an interesting food. People will make inquiries. They will even hold on. They would even ask to have a taste. So that's fine. But we're talking about smelling food. We're talking about iru and stockfish in the canteen.
Smelling.
That's what
Who
we're
said
talking
we
about.
can? Who said we are eating Iru? Hey, who is taking Iru to office now?
You're stuck on the Uru and stockfish, and I get it. It has a unique smell.
I don't think I get that.
Okay, and the point I was making is, and then there might be some goalpost shifting here, so I don't know if that's the case. But the
No,
point,
it's not being shifted. You just
no,
don't
the
get
point,
the
the point me and Mike were making, and Mike can correct me because I don't want to speak for him if I'm wrong. But the point we were making is that you can eat any African food you want in any office. As a matter of fact, based on my experience, a lot of Oyinbo people in a lot of offices that have good structures will be afraid to even try to say anything about the food they are eating because it can be perceived as ethnocentrism and even racism.
Yeah.
So they would even tread carefully to intervene to say anything about your cultural food, as long as it is food. You're not eating shit at work.
They might not say things, but they will form thoughts.
Can I
They can
ask
form
you
their
a
thoughts. Is
question?
that their
So
problem?
that's their problem now. They form thoughts.
Can I ask you
Me,
a
I know they form
question?
thoughts
But
about
that's
them.
not. I think. Yes, go on, engineer, because I don't think X0 quite
X0,
his on
X0,
quite.
think
Yeah.
about this. Let me give an example how you look at body language. Let's say you brought all these things in your workplace and you're eating it. You have different white people from different countries, right? Let's say there are about 10 of them, including you making 10. And you're eating your iru or you're eating your eba and the rest. And the 9 of them, they just walk out slowly. They never say the word to you, but at least your own conscience, your body language will tell you that, this kind of thing, these people,
So
maybe I'm
because
eating.
No, I won't see myself as well.
And that can happen.
Engineer,
I will see them as the ones the problem.
Engineer. So because Oyinbo man no like my
if
food, that one makes me make I go hide my face.
No,
Thank you very much.
No, my brother. Now my
People
food.
are just getting
Now my
it wrong.
food.
What we
Body
said
language will tell
earlier
you that,
is nobody said don't take
maybe
African
it's the
food.
smell of my food that makes
Even
them
if they
to
don't
walk
like
away
the
from them.
smell,
Well, if they don't like the smell, they should learn to like it.
far away from
But
me. They can
think
sit far away
about
from me.
it. Think about it. You can go
I hold
with
them
your
on
own
that.
plantain. You can go
One
with
more,
jollof
please. Can
rice.
I come in? Can I come in a little bit?
Hold on. Before you come in, what is easier for them? If they don't like it, then that is their problem. That is one thing. Or you just not eat it there, but eat it at home. Which one?
One man,
Which
I
one
shouldn't
is
have
more?
to change my lifestyle
Because of
How is
another
your
person.
lifestyle change?
No.
How is your
This
lifestyle
is my
changing?
point.
Because you're not eating it in the
No,
office,
Because of
you're eating it
Oyinbo.
at work.
One
You're
man,
eating
because
it
of
at
Oyinbo
home.
people.
I should not eat my food because of
When
Oyinbo.
Oyinbo man comes to Nigeria, do you know what they do? They form a little club for themselves where they can still live the way they live in Europe.
Exactly.
And that's my point. So they don't change their lifestyle. You want to go over there.
And you want to change your own.
You're not infringing on anyone's rights.
No,
You're
we're
eating
talking
your
about
food.
smelling food.
Who
Okay, if they
cares?
don't like the smell, they can sit far away from you.
Thank you. They can walk
Can I
out there.
speak now?
No?
Can I speak now a
Eat
little
your
bit?
food.
So if they don't like it, they can sit far away from you. That's
Yes.
one.
Yes.
Or hold on, you've made that point. Or you just not eat that food that clearly jars people the wrong way.
No.
So which one is the way
It is
forward?
food.
They should sit away, or you just not eat it in that space where it clearly jars people.
One man
All
just take one adjust.
these people are Lamala people. They are used to leaving their work in Nigeria to go and hit lamfu and everything everywhere before they traveled abroad. Please
All
let
right,
other people talk. They don't even know what we are talking about.
let's hear from
My
Tony.
brother,
Let's
go
hear
and
from
hide your
Tony.
face somewhere.
Okay.
Go hide
Don't do it again. Don't do it. Don't do that, guys.
Grown men are talking. You're opening your mouth.
Yeah,
Grown men
let's
are
hear from
talking here. You're
Tony.
opening your
Grown men,
mouth.
how
Go and
old
sit
are
down
you?
somewhere.
Who's your
My brother,
mate?
give me time. Give me time,
Grown
Mona.
men are here.
My brother.
You said you don't open mouth. Follow us.
Go and sit down.
Guys,
All right,
I don't
don't
want
be
to go back to South South again. Oh, this
Can I,
DOG.
please,
Make us speak now. Make us speak. Make us speak
Okay,
small.
please, please.
Not
Okay,
give
please.
you, not do. So, well, if we both come to Africa, they buy their food, and then you know our people, those so-called elite, they go to hide, they go to chop their food for recreation clubs. You understand me? Because I was a regular guy, he's a regular boy at the golf club in the at the Damascus bar and everywhere. So the white men, they will make their food, and then some black people, big men, they will be going there to eat Oyibo food. So here I will speak from my standpoint. The Germans, they like our food too much. Only that our food is too expensive. So do you know the fish I just cooked now is smelling like dead rat, but it costs about 20 euro per kilo. And then the white men, but they cannot afford it because hold on. So the white men, they buy fish like a 150, 150, 500 gram. This one that they will just that like water. Even their corn also their corn. They don't eat real corn. So they call it sugar corn. It's crab. So we have to be proud of ourselves, our culture. Even Chinese food is thick, and the white men, they go to the Chinese restaurant. So why can we be? Let us promote our culture. Let us drop the religions. No Christianity, no Muslim in Africa. Then we have to eat our food anywhere we find ourselves. And then the white people, they love. So they love our food. That our food is too expensive for them.
Thank you, my brother. Yes.
Then for the team that I was unable to contribute to, like concerning the youth, you see, if I may continue, can I go on, sir, a little bit?
Yeah, carry on, yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot. So then, regarding the youth, we should stop blaming the youth because I see a lot of Nigerians abroad after escaping that horror. Then when they get here, then you see from their comfort zone, they will be saying that our youth are lazy, our youth are not coming out. Why did you go back and come out? Why did you have to jump to the desert or whatever? Why do you have to store away? And then after getting here, then you now say that the other one, they should live there for you. They should wait for you to come, to come and be carrying blocks for you when you come back home. Man, the youth need a social security system like we used to have. Like in Ilukpeju, industrial estate, there was a lot of companies. You see vacancies for boys. You can come there and pick bottles like Coca-Cola. Like then all this brewery, like a hub brewery in Oba. Then you go to Eleyele, Molete. Everywhere we have Tula Plastic, we have Niger March, Surface Play, where we generally go to clean the place, and they will get some little bit money. You know what I'm saying? We can also go to the recreation club and be carry the golf kits, for the big men, but nothing is working out. That is why the youth cannot be blamed for anything. And then if you say that we have to go back home, and then join them, and then we don't have to escape, and then at the end of the day, then we start to blame them. So the government have to provide the security. Like those students that time from secondary school and the polytechnic and universities, they got bursary allowances. Then also you can work vacation job. Then at the end of the year, you get your tax, pay as you earn. So many things are not in place. That's why you cannot blame the youth. So there is no election. You know what I'm saying? Like no election. Let us fight for any nation, either South Nigeria nation or Oduduwa nation, including the Southwest and South. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So, engineer, to you.
Mr. Tony, can I just interject on based on what you're talking about? We shouldn't blame the youth, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, most of us in this platform, we are all abroad.
Yes.
Were you saying now, or are you saying we have some other people abroad, more youths, right?
Okay.
But what happened in Edo State, is it not a wake-up call to every Nigerian youth?
Okay, so what happened in Edo State has got something to do with the Edo people. And when we say Edo people, it's including those people in the Niger Delta. We are very radical. We believe in what we believe in. We don't shake. You know what I'm saying? We don't wave. So we don't waver. So the police, about 60,000 policemen were deployed by the Hausa Fulani people to Edo State. But the youth came out and drove the police away. So anybody that was trying to corrupt the system was made to lean down. You saw it. You were putting it out how those fraudsters were beaten up by the youth. You know what I mean? So the police did not work there. Like 60,000 policemen that were deployed to Edo State were, and I remember back in the days as a kid, I remember that this Ebony magazine was closed up in at the University of Benin. So, and then so the Benin people, they come out, that is better state, they come out and fight Babangida. Forget about Anini. Anini also fought him. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're talking about. It has got to do with the people of this Niger Delta. Like Benin people, the Edo people, the Isoko people, the Zon, the Zon. When you say Izon, it's Izon, one man. It's Izon.
Yeah.
Ego. Hold on. When you talk about ego, it's not ego. It's ego. Ego is money in a Edo language. Ego. So that's it, sir. So it has got to do with the people.
Is ego is money, not ego.
No. Ego.
language.
No, Igbo is ego, but sorry, Igbo is ego. But Benin people or Urobo, they are all Edo people. They call it ego. And then you're telling me, forget about how the Biafra is trying to corrupt the system. Like they will say that FA. What is FA? It's FA. FA is in Urobo, in Isha, in Benin, in Ijo, in Shekiri, we call it richness. Richness. That's FA. So we need to be pronouncing our traditional names. Okay, engineer, right on, sir. Thank you.
So when you talk about that, it's not Nigerian youth. I gave an example. So it's something that we need to think very well. You understand? If in Edo State, youth can make things work for good for that state.
Because those people, they are radical. They are radical in nature. Don't forget.
Not really. It's teamwork.
They are radical, please.
It's teamwork. It's understanding.
I know.
It's communication. You understand?
We have wait in Benin now. We have Olakoko. We have Kola Edokpayi. We have a lot of Benin boys that are working hard right now. You see, especially Kola Edokpayi was the guy that triggered off the NSAS after this guy was shot at Ugeli. So Kola Edokpayi. So and then you have this guy now. This Olakoko is vibrating right now. Olakoko, not Ajanikoko. It's another brother to Ajanikoko. It's in Edo State. You're telling me. So they are working hard. So all the guys are working hard. What we need to do is to say we boycott this election, and then we can organize ourselves abroad. You know what I'm saying? So that how we can be able to go and take back our country.
Okay.
Yes. It has got something to do with with the ethnicity. The people of Urobo, Benin, Edo, they are Edos. They are very radical people. Forget that Ejiro is a gentleman. He doesn't like trouble, But most of us we like trouble.
Ejiro is not a gentleman. Ejiro, you start like who has ever called Ejiro? The first time ever.
One man, you don't start again, no. You don't start again. When I don't
now our brother went
I'm defending you now. They are spreading rumors about you. They are a gentleman.
Engineer, I think let me help Tony out a little bit, engineer. When Tony is saying radical, what he meant is this. You see, a movement like that, when you say the youth has to come out, because what really happened in those states, it was a collective effort. Yes, I agree. But there are some persons that was fronting that. You see, when this was the trigger point, when Bola Tinubu came out and said, "Don't vote for, don't vote for."
That was it. Yeah.
Don't vote for Obaseki. So those state youth were very hungry. Who gave Bola Tinubu that audacity to say that? So they came out in full force and knock Tinubu and Oshomole off. That was what happened, And again, there must be frontliners. For the APC, Tony Kabaka and his crew, and the Shaba and Co characters, they were all standing for APC. Why for PDP we have the likes of what's his name now of Abato Baze. And some other persons, So what Tony is saying is very on point, is online, So
the guys have to come out like when the NSAS, that Nnamdi Kanu also made mention of it, that how he started in Edo State. One guy was shot at Ueli, but luckily the guy did not die later. Then Kola Edokpaye, then he came out and then and then that's how they Malakoko and all of them. So we have some very radical boys in Benin there that are ready to take on the government at any time. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So,
but
engineer,
New Delhi is not in Edo State, though.
No, I'm in Germany right now. So what can we do? But we are there, in spirit. You know what I'm saying? So
No,
then a woman, to the question of who want to return back home. I want to tell you one thing categorically clear that our brother Baba Akure is very right that all of us in Europe want to go back home, except maybe only you, one man, that want to remain here. But there's no there's no Nigerian man that is living in a white man's land. Hold on. You can never be qualified, because in Germany here, if you are given a German passport, red passport, if police controls you, they will hate you more than when you have a Nigerian passport. If you have a German passport as a white person, as a black man, when the police see that, they will they will tell you where you come from originally. That's what we are talking about, sir. So look, our place, home is home. Home is home. No place like home.
Home is home, but you cannot unite and fix your home now. That's the thing.
We can unite. We can unite. That is why we are.
I always say these things. We are always hammering on home is home. Home is not good. How do we fix it?
Okay, for example now, hold on, sir. My brother, look, for example now, this guy, Dele Momodu, is a guy that has struggled. His mother was a poor woman, like my mother too. They have to pay our school fees. Our fathers married 4 wives in our place. 4 wives, 7 wives in our place. They don't take care of us for education wise. It is our mothers, and that one also brings me now back to the World United Nations report that the Yoruba race in Nigeria, including South and Southwest, that our mothers are free. They are very free. That's why they are the most freest women in Africa. They are the one paying our money for school. You know how Dele Momodu struggled. If you look at his biography and how, the guy, that guy, he has he means, he meant well for the black race. You know what I'm saying? Because he suffered. How he fed his wife.
How do you mean he suffered?
Yeah, you see how he fed his wife. And that also reminds me also when I was at the Jabode, I also work at the Pretty Press.
Look. Dele Momodu, he worked at CMS bookstore as a hand there. That's hardly suffering. That's working in a library essentially.
No, that is later. That is later, Chief. That is later, Chief.
No, I know his narrative. So it did not really suffer in the Nigerian parlance.
No, me myself, I can relate to
that read Yoruba in university.
He did not suffer as much as.
No, before then, he failed. His mother had to take it to one professor.
He failed 3 times. Yes, I know.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's what we are saying. That's why we said that Tinubu, when he said that he want to help to do
he did not suffer. He did not.
No, but he struggled. He struggled, sir. He struggled hard.
Yeah, that's different. No, he didn't struggle hard. He came from a lower mid-income, a working class mid-income family.
Yes.
So was his backdrop, But
because his father died. His father died earlier on. That is why. Because his father was a big boy, was working for the government, but he died suddenly, So, and then he was 30 years old.
Tony, how do we remove power from the current two monsters that we have, APC and PDP?
Yeah, that we already lose that chance of a third term, Obasanjo's third term, because earlier on I had you discuss about Obasanjo. He's the only guy that could have saved us, because there's no true democracy. If you look at if you just start to compare with Russia was almost worse than Nigeria right now. That time when Obasanjo was there, but the European Union they are so much interested in our gas and oil, and the Russia gas. You can see what is happening right now. If you are not a threat to these Western countries, you can never survive. You must be a threat, like Iran. Right. Yeah, that's it, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So I'll seek to start to round off here because we've gone fast past the 4-hour mark. I will look to land on Ife because Ife has been not with the platform for a long time, and a lot of people have been, wanting to hear his voice. So we start.
Let me go and sleep then. I'm working today.
Oh, okay. Do you want to go first, or do you just want to?
Let me go first now, so I can go and sleep.
Okay, go on then.
Yes, it was a good conversation today, but I don't like that D was trying to, even if you have an opinion, at least try to restrain yourself from the fight. You are the one who started with the idea of
I'm not from somewhere where they
boiling or
insult me and I keep quiet. I'm sorry.
putting
I'm very always quiet on this show. But if you
stockfish in the
insult me, if
microwave.
you want to make your
Nobody
point,
said anything
make your
about
point. They
stockfish.
were
We said
insulting
African
me,
food, and
and I
African
won't
food
keep
varies.
quiet. X0.
Yeah, but
I
I
won't
know.
keep
But
quiet
please
for that.
restrain
I'm
yourself.
not. I'm not that kind of person. I'm a very quiet, gentle person. But you can't insult me making your point. And at the long run, people that are even trying to make the point, they didn't even get the basis of what we were talking about, and it's so sad. I can't receive
What I'm
insults.
trying to say is, I'm just
all
urging
right.
you
So
to finish his thing.
leaving D to one side. Just your remarks. X0.
Yeah, my remark still remains. We cannot achieve anything if we don't come together. We are dying everywhere. The herdsmen killing, the kidnappings, the ritual killings and everything, the police harassments and everything, all boils down to the fact that we have a system of government that gives power to one man to determine the fate of everybody. If we don't change that system, we are not going anywhere. Look at what Buhari has done. The head of the Supreme Court is Fulani. The head of the military is Fulani. The head of the communication, Fulani. Every meaningful parastatal, the police, the navy, everywhere. And because of this thing, the INEC too, because of this thing, he wants to retain power with his cohorts. If we don't look beyond this hydra-headed monster called the APC, we are not going anywhere. It's high time we start negotiating amongst ourselves to figure out a way to get out of this mess. Otherwise, we are in for them a bigger mess than what we have today. So it's high time we start thinking along the lines of unity, Igbo, Yoruba, Middle Belt, even the Hausa. We are not uniting enough. Instead, all we do is try to trash talk each other, and we are not getting anywhere. 2023 is here. It is here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So that was X0. So from X0, we go to engineer. Engineer, your words.
Yeah, thank you, Woman, and thank you, guys. Good to see you guys again. And Woman, I must give you credit. I must be honest to you for controlling the platform and making things real. And for my brothers on the platform, please, let's just take things easy. We are like kind of the opportunity we have. A lot of people in another country, most especially in Nigeria, they don't have this kind of platform. So if we are saying something or we end up interjecting each other, we end up at the time we end up fighting each other. That's not a little bit kind of good things we're teaching the young generation that they're coming up and hoping in us, because a lot of people, they are watching this platform and they really want to see the outputs, what we deliver to them, because most of the stuff we're saying here in this platform is helping much people, helping the people that don't even have opportunity to go online to watch this. Because if you go to One Man after this show, definitely people will watch it again. So in terms of argument or in terms of interjecting, please, let's try to make things cool. We all love each other. If we don't love each other, believe me, we won't come to this platform and share ideas and understand ourselves. We know sometimes we have banter and the rest, but please, let's also look at the page. Let's look at the outcome that, wow, a lot of people are looking towards us and they are having hope. So we are the people that will put that trust, will put that hope in some people that they believe that Nigeria is hopeless. So with things like this, if we start understanding ourselves, things will go on well. And thank you guys, to be honest. And I'm happy to see you guys. And God bless everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, engineer. Go straight to bed. You look as though you are ready just to sleep where you are. So that's engineer. Thank you, engineer. I'll speak to you during the day. So that's engineer. So from engineer, we go to Mike. Mike, your word.
I just want to advise Africans. You need to find a way to get it in your mind that there's no other race of people on this planet that's superior to the Africans. In fact, the Africans, to me, I believe we are the most superior culturally, genetically, every way. We may not be on top right now, but it doesn't mean we're always in the bottom and we always be in the bottom. You have to maintain your stance, understand, be proud of yourself. I don't feel inferior, don't feel lower than anybody. Just because somebody is giving you a job or because their society may be more advanced right now, doesn't mean they are superior to you. That mentality is bad. Because if you the moment you lower yourself, then you can never rise. The moment you accept, you concede to being inferior, then you will remain you can never be motivated to get anywhere in life or to get to the heights. And unfortunately, that's how we've been indoctrinated. That's why fella made the song, Kolo mentality. It's very bad. See me, for example, the one of my best friend, one of my close friends, he's not Nigerian. He's actually a he's a white, kind of like white Caribbean, white Brazilian person. The first time that individual was around me, he saw our food and he was like, and out of curiosity, he was strange. Like, what kind of food is that? And he asked questions. And I explained how the food is made, what it's about, everything. And he was trying it at one point. Today, his favorite food is egusi and semo. That's his favorite food today. Because after he explored, trying to understood it, what it's about, and tried it, and after a while, I begin to find it to be something he liked. So when people say people walk away, that means something is inferior about us. When people walk away from your food, it's not because something's wrong with your food. It's because they already see something wrong with you. It's because they didn't respect you in the first place. So anything you present to them, they will look down on it. They won't question it, they just insult you. But if they had respect for you, they won't just say something you brought out smell bad and they'll just walk out. They will come to you and ask you questions about it. Just like that, my friend I mentioned. When the first time I was around us, he saw the Nigerian food, he saw the food, and he came. He was curious because he never seen a food like that. And he came to ask me a question, what kind of food is that? What is that? And confidently, I told him, I said, oh yeah, you've never seen it. And I explained it to him. This is made, this one is egusi, this one is a follow. This is made out of watermelon seed. I explained it. I was like, oh, interesting. And after a while, he decided, okay, let me go and try this food. He tried it. In the beginning, it didn't really go well, but he kept trying it. After a while, the guy liked the food. So my black people, stop looking down on yourself. Don't let people condition you to feel so inferior about yourself. It's not a good thing. So that's why, that's what I have to say, man. Thank you.
Oh, all right, thank you, Mike. Mike, you missed the point, but as ever, you always makes the point. But thank you, Mike. So from Mike, we go to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, to you.
Thank you. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. I came in when you guys were talking about this food. And all I want to say is that our food are very nutritious and very healthy. And when we are eating our food in the public space, maybe at our office or somewhere where we have people from other countries, it is good for us to promote that food. And the only way you can promote that food is to eat food that will look attractive to them, food that will smell good, food that they will ask questions about it, food that they will like to eat with you, food that will tell you something about you, who you are. So when you eat our good meal in the public space, or when you are in the midst of others that are non-Nigerians, you are promoting our culture, and you are promoting our food, and you are promoting yourself. You are promoting who we are as Africa, as African. So, but taking food with iru or stockfish that will smell so bad, I mean, you can't eat that in the public space because you know that food will stink. You have to respect the feeling about other people. Respect their feeling and don't eat that smelly food that will, make them run away from you, that will not want them to ever eat food that you bring around. So, my own advice to us is that anytime we want to eat our iru and stockfish, it is better to eat it at home, not outside our home. I will tell you one story about one of my uncle that was married to Akata. He cannot cook stockfish or do any meal that will carry iru. The lady doesn't like it. She always get mad with him. So what did he do? Anytime that he want to cook that food, he will make sure that the lady is not at home when he will cook it. And when he cook it, he won't keep it. According to him, he won't keep it. Then he was, they were in the process of, processing his document. So she has to satisfy that lady. So when she cooked that food, when that lady was not at home, he has to take that food and keep in his friend's house. So anytime you want to eat that stockfish and that smelly food, he will go and eat it in his friend's house that is Nigerian. So it is good for us. I mean, they say that what is worth doing at all is worth doing well. So if you want to eat our food in the public space, is the one that you know that people will love to eat with you. So I will not eat iru outside my house or at my place of work where I know that be smelling and it's not good. So I'm not saying that it's not a good food. It's healthy food. It's nutritious food to us, but we know the way it smells. So you don't want to take that smell. You don't want to inconvenient others with that smell. Sometimes even, what do you call this fish? Titus is the most nutritious fish. But I tell you, if you have Titus in your food and you go and warm it in the microwave where you work, everybody will run away. You know the way it smells. So that's my submission. So gentlemen, we don't have to quarrel over because we are expressing our position on anything. We must always try, and listen to each other, and then accept the view of others, so that we can continue to, promote this platform and promote ourselves as Nigerians, that we are responsible people and, we respect each other. So I won't say more than that. Other than that, I would like to urge every one of you listening to us around the world, please like, share, subscribe, hit the notification button so that anytime one man went to Mo is going on live, you can get notified. And those of you guys chatting behind the scene, you are the strength of the platform. I salute you all. I have my respect for you all the time. Our brother Alessandra Gomez, thank you for your support all the time. Akashi, Alessandra Akashi, I thank you as well. Is a very consistent guy. He's always here on this platform. So, and I thank everybody on the platform tonight. So tomorrow, another day, we will continue the struggle. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Coco. Always a delight. And just as Ajale Coco said, thumbs up the stream because even like half the people watching is not even up to half mark the thumbs up with the people live on stream. So just do that as Ajale Coco directed. So as Ajale Coco directed, we direct in the direction of Tony. So Tony, to you.
Yeah, it's very, very surprising that black people, are not. I mean, so we don't need to beg. We don't need to beg for thumbs up. This is, I mean, people created this social media for us to be using for free of charge. But why can't we just push that button? I'm not begging you guys to do that. Because it's part of the show that black people are so selfish, self-centered. What they thought that okay, maybe they're going to. We're not going to make anything. Just that it should go far and wide. This, see, this is our gospel. We need to take back our country. I know that you guys are not happy wherever you might find yourself right now, whether you are in Hungary or in England or in Germany, then Romania, everywhere. This is not our home. So let us promote this platform. Let us promote this woman who went to Mo. He's a nice guy. Because other platform they will tell you to show your face, otherwise you cannot contribute. But he's taking the risk. You know what I'm saying? I don't see him also bragging about blocking you guys. I see that most of you guys you talk trash, but you don't. I mean, just thumb up. Support this program by thumbing up. It's just fun. Push it. What does it take? That's it. So one man. So thank you very much, sir. God bless you for your job. That please, I only just that from now on, henceforth, we should be looking for solution like you preached today. That okay, what way forward for us is what we have to be looking at now, because this election is not for us. You know what? Because the vote will never count. The vote will never count. So good night, sir. And my regard to your family, sir.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Sleep well. So from Tony, we go on to Ahizan to you. And no fighting, Ahizan, please.
Well, man, why would you start with saying no fighting? I'm not fighting anyone, no. I want to thank Tony, Ajane Coco, Mike, everyone else, Ife, D, everyone. I want to thank everyone for being on this platform. I don't have time to fight with anyone. I'm just expressing my opinions. But like Tony said, people, please, it takes less than a second to like the show. When you log on, just hit the thumbs up button and then, start to interact or whatever it is you came here for, whether you're DSS, IPOB, or just a regular customer who's a fan. Okay. Yeah, so I think, for me, just to talk about this whole thing, I think for me, the conversation initially was about racist experiences and how people, interact and different experiences that anyone that's lived abroad in a predominantly white environment has experienced some sort of different treatment because of the color of your skin. And I wanted to interject because the narrative, sometimes you hear a narrative of people saying that the behavior towards us is brought about by us or by some of us. I've heard that same argument for people who have gone onto planes and not behaved themselves,
And all of a sudden, when you travel, you see how they treat Nigerians, and you're like, why are they behaving like, oh, well, some of our people come here and they do X, Y, and Z. Okay, some of our people do it, but it's not irrational to treat all of our people like that. And then as well, so we shouldn't make an excuse for other people to stereotype and broad brush all of us, because we're not all the same, as we can clearly see from this platform. Everyone is different ethnicities, different languages, different types of backgrounds. So we shouldn't accept that because you met a Nigerian 419 or a Nigerian criminal or a Nigerian scammer or a Nigerian drug dealer or a Nigerian, whatever the case may be, whether it's in another African country or it's in Europe or America, it doesn't give them the right to treat the next Nigerian they meet in a certain way because of that person. We don't do it to them, they damn sure shouldn't do it to us. And that's the key point. As far as the food goes, um, my based on what I've experienced and what I've seen with people from Asia eating whatever they want whenever they want, regardless of the place. And I have worked at those big corporations, so I know what I'm talking about. As a matter of fact, they would make it their business to educate you about what they eat. So because I've seen that, I see no reason why we should shy away from whatever we feel like eating. Yes, the case can be made, which is subjective. If you want to make the case that okay, you shouldn't eat foods that contain iru or stockfish because of the strong smell. Fair enough. That's your decision if you choose not to do that. But what you can say is, oh, we shouldn't eat African food because of a perception that someone else may have of you eating the food that's naturally, I guess, indigenous to where you're from. That should never be the case. They've made us ashamed of our religion, in some cases, our language, in some cases, things that we should be proud of because of, colonialism. And so in today's world, the legacy of colonialism continues. And I am one where I have experienced this and I have learned from it and I have been able to reprogram my mind to think a certain way about it. And I'm happy I was able to change the direction I was going. So that is my stance on it. Again, no offense to anyone. Uh, you know, D, if there's something I said to you that was offensive, you can accept my apology. I don't mean to be offensive. I'm just having a debate in a certain way. So that is my stance. Thank you, one man, for letting me on and not kicking me off,
It's
regardless
all
of
right,
my
Izon.
of my
Sorry, one man.
misdeeds.
Izon, before you go, I'm sorry what whatever happened because you came into the show, and obviously, I've always, even before I started joining, I've always been on this show watching. I can see you didn't actually get the basis of what we were talking about initially. That is why you saw it in that direction. Maybe that is why you felt offended and you started using those words. Nobody's saying don't take African food. Like I was even saying before you joined, even I always take jollof rice, and I made the chef at my workplace put jollof rice on the menu, and he started putting jollof rice on the menu. So I'm sorry for whatever happened. You didn't get what we were really talking about. Now I can see. So I'm sorry. I'm not that
It's
kind
okay.
of person. But
No
Mike is that
problem.
kind of person. That's why I wanted
I
to
know,
keep
leave
your mouth.
Mike alone now. You just can't help yourself. Are you another Mike? Look at
No,
that.
I've been watching him. I've always been
Just
watching him.
leave
He's
Mike
always been
alone.
saying things to people. So he was the one that actually
Mike is
triggered
the
me to
adopted
write.
rascal of the platform. He's our adopted rascal.
So
So
I'm
he gets
sorry,
he gets
Izon,
fired
too.
for
I'm very
rascality.
sorry
Eh?
for
No
what
offense,
happened.
my brother.
Yeah.
My intention here is to have healthy debates, not to have any kind of
All
drag
right.
out word fight with anyone. So definitely accepted. We'll chat again on another platform. One man, thanks for having me on and tolerating my.
This is it. Your excesses. All
All
right.
right. Well, thank you.
All right.
Bye.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Later. So to you, D. So D, just a short summary.
Yeah, from what we've talked about, I think it's actually the time for the youth to wake up and know the right thing to do, because I still think at this point, I'm not saying like anything is going to happen with the youth. Some people will just go and play football on election day. Some people will go out and vote for whoever they want to vote for. There is no movement. There is nothing really charging and really making these people even think, we need to be scared of these people. And because the move you can actually make now as youth is for this party to now be challenged to think, we need to put a candidate that people respect and people believe in, not just impose somebody on us. That's the only move we could make now. So, and for whatever has happened on the show, the insults and all that, I'm so sorry because a lot of people are on the platform and I'm not this kind of person. I don't want to portray all of this, but I just don't like when people don't listen to what people are talking about and you just jump into it and you started insulting. I'm not from somewhere where you insult me unnecessarily and I will keep quiet. That was why I spoke out like that. Everybody, good night and thumbs up the show. Help us share the show. We are begging you to please thumbs up. Me, I will beg you because
No,
your
we're not
choice
begging.
now.
No, we
Thumbs
don't
up.
beg now. These people are yam heads. If you don't thumb up, you're a yam. Hey, enough of all this nonsense. You come
Yeah,
and just,
so please do,
you just yam
and
heads.
love to everyone. Have a good night, good day, wherever you are. One man, good job. I believe you are doing a good job, and may God strengthen and give you
You're from
more.
Ibadan, aren't you?
Yeah, I grew up in
You say
Ibadan,
this
worked
is
in
it.
Lagos before I
When
traveled.
they say Ija Igboro niti Ibadan. So this is what you've just said now.
I
Ija
lived in
Igboro
Ibadan. I'm not from
is it?
Ibadan. I've actually lived in
It
Ibadan before.
is the Ibadan influence. You turn
I
it to
just have a
Ija
gidi
Ija
as an
Ija.
Undo man.
Oh no, that's even worse. My wife is from Ondo, but thank you. I'll see you
All right.
later. Thank you, D. So, fair to you, I mean, you've been away and people have been asking. So, good to have you back. So, sum it up in just a brief summary for us. Ife, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. I'm happy to be back again. I've been out in a while, but thank God. I've missed a lot. Um, about our food, we have good foods and we have the ones that we can present when you want to take your food to work. Try as much as possible any ingredient that you feel would want to jar people up. You can either reduce the quantity or remove it from it, because with every ingredient we have an alternative. That's just the truth. Also, I think another thing we have to start doing now is maybe we should look into our packaging. Like, why can't we have plates or packaging items that will be dedicated for African food, such that whenever you open it, everything is what's it called, palatable to the eyes. It looks welcoming. Maybe where you put your eba will be different from where you put your egusi. It will be different from where you put whatever you want to put. It will not be everything stacked in the same plate, such that everything will be very, very presentable. Then as per what's happening in Nigeria, I somehow like the comment of some people on the platform that said it's because we had the opportunities to leave the country. That's why we can talk. There are some people in that country, they don't have the opportunity and they will not have the opportunity. So at every point in time, we just have to reach out. Don't let us cast aspersion. Let us encourage them, but be firm. Yeah, we need to be firm, but keep encouraging them to see the light, because not until when we left the country before we knew how much the country itself has damaged our career. Because you look at you've went to the university in Nigeria, you still come back here again, you still have to start the whole retraining process all over again. Either you are enrolling in some form of professional courses, or you are doing the whole cycle all over again, or you are changing your career entirely from what you really want to do, just because you want to end the foreign exchange. So I love everybody. I'll be frequent now since it's this part of the year when the workload is not much. Thank you very much. See you
They've
tomorrow.
released you
Have a
from
good-
Belmarsh, Abby.
Yeah.
Look at that. Thank you, Fair. Always a delight. I particularly have missed hearing your voice, just the way you approach matters, a unique, very peculiar to yourself. So that was Ife, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you, Ife. So just quickly before I round off, please, I implore every and anyone not to follow anything that Mike has just said. Don't take a mortar and piston to the office with yam and start pounding yam on the office floor. It is not behavior. So this ridiculousness that you should be eating iru in the bank office, that's just nonsense, isn't it? And be wanting your bar in the council canteen in your county. It's just nonsense, isn't it? Horses for courses, behavior as due. So because it's your right, it doesn't mean it should be asserted. I mean, how many people assert the fullness of their right in every instances? You weigh the situation and you act accordingly. Act accordingly. A cucumber sandwich is your lunch. So there it is, right there. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. But here I say, peace.